Georgia have received A's across the board outside of, the infamous one from Jalen Carter, and that's why the Falcons ultimately decided to pass on him. But a lot of these guys come out there and they just love football. That's why they went to the University of Georgia. That's what Kirby Smart demands on them. So the fit between what the Falcons believe they're trying to build in their culture and what Kirby Smart has already built, it's seamless. Like, you'd think they'd be going after these guys left and right, and they have in the later rounds, but it's interesting to see. And one guy that could be available in the later rounds, and this was so disrespectful by the NFL. Dan Jackson, who became an impact player for the Georgia Bulldogs, was not invited to the NFL Combine. I mean, it's almost unfathomable that a guy could be an impact player on the best defensive team in the country and not get invited to the Combine. I mean, that's insanity to me, but he performed unbelievably. 4.4 speed out there, and he's a baller. Former walk-on, worked his way up into starting on Georgia's football team. Every one of his teammates was at the Combine sticking behind him and saying, he should be here, he's going to have a great place in this league. He'll probably be a later round, day 3 pick, but the guy's got it, man.
Guess what? Fills a void. That white boy can burn. I don't think anybody's expecting 4.4 speed because, yes, color of skin, he's white. Not typically fast. But that guy he brought the hammer. He was always known as that heavy hitter guy. To go out there and run a 4.4 is very impressive. We need a safety. Jesse Bates is more of that coverage safety, though he can do everything. He is the best safety in football for my money. It wouldn't hurt to kind of have that Keanu Neal enforcer type of a guy. We haven't had that in a long time.
You remember that play he made against Georgia Tech. I mean, it was the game-changing play.
Him and Chaz Chambliss, neither of them got invited to the NFL Combine. It's an absolute joke.
It doesn't make any sense to me how guys can be impact defenders on this Georgia defense with everything, all the cachet that they have.
If you are a Georgia Bulldog and you declare for the draft, you get invited to the Combine.
Yeah,
it's that simple.
I think Daniel Jeremiah said it. He said once you sign that paper, that dotted line for going to Georgia, you're basically invited to the NFL Combine. He said that in jest, but it's just ironic that Dan Jackson, Chaz Chambliss were not invited.
I want to preface with saying all this, that we went to LSU. This isn't coming from a bias where we are Georgia fans and we went to Georgia. We went to LSU, and we're telling you, from trying to be as unbiased as possible, it's kind of impossible here. We need to just draft Georgia guys. It's not one of those hometown things. Draft the guys because every single one that goes to the league succeeds.
Yeah, I mean, it would be like me telling you to draft an LSU wide receiver. Like, yes. when I see Brian Thomas right there, I'm like, yeah, you can take that guy.
Georgia
He's going to be really
defenders.
Good. Georgia defenders, LSU wide receivers, Ohio State wide receivers, Alabama defenders. There are things that
it's not hard.
These are beyond trends at this point. And the Falcons need to start looking at them. That wraps up our show. Thank you guys so much for joining us. If you enjoyed it, check us out on the Fox Local app.
morning and thanks for joining us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins and this is News Now. We are tracking some severe weather that is going to impact our area coming this afternoon. We want to check in with Alex Forbes, who is tracking the hour-by-hour forecast. Alex, good morning.
Storm alert in North Georgia for those threats of severe weather, and that's really going to be more of a later on tonight type of thing. Here's what we have going on right now on Fox 5 Live Viper. Look up into northwest Georgia. You see actually a couple of storms right now. That is not the main event. We're looking at some morning storms and weakening morning storms at that. Watch the lightning here. Over the past several hours, we've gone from 600 lightning strikes down to 300. So the storms really losing their punch as they move into North Georgia. Not really expecting any severe weather out of that. And there was also a question earlier this morning of whether or not that would stabilize our atmosphere. Well, two things on that. One, since the storms are coming down, I'm not sure how far they're actually going to get into Georgia. But also, this is happening early enough in the morning that if it did stabilize anything, we would just become more stable through the afternoon. So I really don't think that's going to help us out today in terms of a strong storm threat. Here's a closer look at them. You see from Chattanooga back down through DeKalb County, Alabama, almost down towards the Birmingham area, some pockets of heavy rain. I heard from somebody in Rome on Facebook a few minutes ago, hearing a lot of thunder in Rome right now. Well, that might be true. That lightning is still a good 20, 30 miles away from you there in Floyd County. Now, hello. Look at this, back off to the west. Really, within the past 2 to 3 hours, we've seen this line just explode from Memphis down the Mississippi River, where the Arkansas River dumps into the Mississippi, back down into Louisiana. Numerous tornado warnings now into Louisiana. We had a tornado warning in North Mississippi earlier, now one outside of the Memphis area there in southern Tennessee, and that line is just riddled with severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, that line is our main event for the afternoon. Here, or for the evening, I should say, not the afternoon, the evening across North Georgia. 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. That's going to be your time for severe weather tonight from Cleburne County, Alabama, Polk and Haralson counties. That's behind the box there. Paulding County, Cherokee over towards Pickens, Gilmer, Fannin, and then up into northwest Georgia. Metro Atlanta, so Cobb, Fulton, DeKalb, Douglas, Forsyth, Gwinnett, up into northeast Georgia, and then back down towards Coweta, Troup, and Meriwether counties. That's where you're going to be your 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. time frame, and then down to the south here, 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. as we look at that beginning to move into North Georgia. Now, here's your severe weather outlook. Look at that, a level 5 today out across parts of Mississippi and Alabama. That is extremely rare across the southeast or just in general, and I don't want that level 5 to distract you from our threat here in North Georgia. We have a level 4 that is still very notable in parts of western Georgia. In fact, it was just updated to add in Whitfield, Murray counties and up into Tennessee. Damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, strong long track tornadoes are in the picture, and hail up to 1 inch in diameter. That's going to be possible everywhere, including in this level 3 area. It's just that the chance for tornadoes is slightly higher in that level 4 area, which is why we have that 4 in place. So you see that red shading there, that's a tick higher than the yellow. We have the yellow elsewhere, both notable threats, but also these black moving lines. That's indicative of the Storm Prediction Center saying you could see EF2 to EF5 tornadoes. Likewise, we've added now a high wind threat up to the north and northwest Georgia. Also in this area is where we can see 75 plus mile an hour wind gusts with those black moving lines. The good news for us in terms of at least the hail threat, that looks to be more of an Alabama problem rather than a Georgia threat. So I'm looking at tornadoes and damaging winds being the primary driver here. This is one of our high resolution models you see into the afternoon. And as we play this forward into the evening, there's 8 p.m. The storm's beginning to move into North Georgia. And then by the time we get to midnight tonight, look, if our radar looks like this, we don't have a good situation on our plate. If you see individual storms lining up like that rather than a solid line, that means our tornado threat is going to be elevated significantly, and those will push across North Georgia. Speaking of an elevated tornado threat, let's take a look at our significant tornado parameter. And I know you see a lot of colors here. There's your scale up there. Look, we're getting into the reds and the pinks here across North Georgia. Whenever we're talking about like a spin-up day, that's going to be more of the whites and yellows. Well, we're sailing right on past that one through the overnight hours. It looks like, unfortunately, we are going to have the chance for tornadoes through the overnight. So please be sure to have a way to receive severe weather alerts. That tornado risk is going to be at its maximum while many people are sleeping. In fact, I'm just saying it straight up this morning. I would recommend not going to bed and wait for the storms to move through. Get a cup of coffee. You can watch us here on Fox Local. We'll be tracking it all. Same with that damaging wind threat, and we'll be looking at the chance of power outages out of this as well. Now, I want to show you one more model before we go. This is the graph model. You see the similar timing. Notice it's a little more linear. If that were to happen, we would be looking at maybe a little more of a damaging wind threat, but regardless, severe weather is severe weather. And if a tree ends up on your house, it does not matter how the tree got there. It's the fact that it happened. All right. So we're going to be tracking this through the overnight. 81, the high temperature today. It is going to be warm. It is going to be windy. Storms tonight, clearing out tomorrow, 72, before we're cooler on St. Patrick's Day with a high temperature of 63. Elizabeth?
Thanks, Alex. Definitely want to be weather aware for today, but the weather so far is not going to impact the St. Patrick's Day parade in Atlanta. That's happening this afternoon, starting at noon. But before that, we have the 5K race. That's where we find our Eli Jordan. He is down in Midtown with some 5K runners. Good morning, Eli.
Hey, good morning. Top of the morning to you. The weather is perfect down here. It's not too hot. It's not too sunny. It's overcast, and I think we're going to be just fine. I'm here at the head of the St. Patrick's Day 5K. It's going to be running down Peachtree, turning on 10th, and then going around Piedmont Park and coming back up this way. And I'm here with a few runners. I'm with Shannon and Carla and Todd. They've been running this thing for about, how long you guys been running this, Todd?
4 years.
4 years. 4 years. And tell me, what you guys run a lot, correct?
Yes. Almost every weekend. Yeah. Sometimes twice a weekend.
So what makes the St. Patrick's 5K, a little bit more different?
The party.
How so? I mean,
So the camaraderie here is great.
The parade is what brings us here. We love the parade after the race.
Yeah.
and so you guys met at the race a few years ago, right?
Yeah, we met at the race 4 years ago.
And tell me, are you guys going to win this race?
Yes. In our own universe, we will win this race.
And just tell me, what's the hardest part of the race? I mean, is there any part of the course that's kind of tough?
Mm-hmm. The hill coming out of Piedmont Park, but is it 13th Street? All the way back up to Peachtree. It's a 3-block hill.
Yes. It's a hill all the way from the park to here.
Yeah.
And Todd, you were mentioning earlier, I asked, you used to be a smoker, but you're like a reformed smoker now. You couldn't do this 3 years. Congratulations. How you feeling about running today?
Great. I used to not be able to walk to the mailbox and back without running out of breath. So the fact that I can run a 5K or even a 10K, the Peachtree, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, he's killing it.
He's an amazing runner.
Yeah,
he really
he is.
is.
Absolutely.
And so are you guys going to stick around for the parade?
Oh,
Yes,
most definitely.
yes, absolutely.
Most definitely. We're excited.
You guys going to have any beers?
Maybe one.
Awesome. I appreciate you guys sticking around. I'm going to go check out the registration. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you so much.
And, we got a lot of people showing up here. They're all getting registered, getting their numbers, getting ready to go. Run down Peachtree, turning on 10th, then running around Piedmont Park, and then coming right back up here. And then we'll have the parade starting up at 15th and then coming all the way up to 5th Street. And the police are out here starting to get everything ready, blocking off the streets soon. And it should be a fun time, a festive, fun St. Patrick's time. So, put on your green. I'm wearing my blue. But, the original color of St. Patrick was blue before the 1600s. So technically I'm good.
Eli's always wearing his blue, but we're wearing green today. I love seeing everybody. It's like a sea of green down there. It's going to be a lot of fun this afternoon, and hopefully, again, the weather's going to hold off until later. So hopefully folks will be able to enjoy that parade. Thanks so much, Eli, for that report. We'll be back in just about 30 minutes. Thanks again for joining us. This is News Now. I'm Elizabeth Rollins. We're going to be tracking severe weather all morning long, as well as the St. Patrick's Day parade and festivities surrounding it. So stay with us. We'll be back in just about 30 minutes. Meanwhile,
can't begin to know, but then I know it's growing strong.
Well, you already know all the songs, right? Sweet Caroline, You Don't Bring Me Flowers, Cherry Cherry, but you don't know the stories behind the songs, and that's why you need to see this show. A Beautiful Noise, the Neil Diamond musical, is here at the Fox Theater through Sunday, starring one of our favorite people here at Fox 5 Atlanta. We've missed this guy, Nick Fradiani. It's so good to see you again. How are you?
I'm great. Happy to be here.
Welcome back to Fox 5 Atlanta again. 10 years ago, you won American Idol, and you were saying earlier, never did you dream back then that you would be touring with a musical theater production, right?
Certainly not.
So how did this happen for you?
Well, I was in another musical in 2019, A Bronx Tale, the musical, and I did that for a while on tour, and then, I really fell in love with it and got an agent in the musical theater world, and then I was just home after the pandemic, and I saw a Neil Diamond musical was going to be made, and I was like, that could work.
Yeah.
And sent it to my agent, and then, years later, I was able to do it on Broadway and now on the tour.
And here you are, and you've gotten to know Neil Diamond a little bit over the years. What is that like? What is he like as a person?
It's crazy to realize that, I'm playing this icon, and he's asked me that. He's like, "What's it like playing me?" I'm like, "It's crazy, man." And my father's super freaked out by it because he was like really a diehard fan. So it's very cool for him. But yeah, he's a great guy, and he wishes he could still be performing. It's a lot of what this musical is about, and so it's a heavy burden, but it's also like pretty cool to be able to keep sharing his music, keep his legacy going, and it's pretty awesome.
And to keep these songs alive, because the audience, again, we already know all the songs. So here's the important question: Are you fine with us singing along with you?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on the song, maybe.
Yeah, maybe like a quiet moment, let you handle it, right?
That one. Yeah.
But Sweet Caroline, we're going to sing along, right?
It's definitely it needs a little. It's a sing along.
Yeah. Is there a particular moment or song in the show for which you wait every night? Like, I can't wait to get to this part.
That's a good question. There's certain moments, like I was telling you before when we talked, I was like, it changes for me now a lot. Different moments in the show take on a different meaning for me or whatever. But I really love this one moment where I sing the song "A Solitary Man" in the Bitter End, which is a club in New York where Neil had his first ever performance. So that's one part I always look forward to, and it kind of gets me. It's pretty early on in the musical, so I could kind of gauge where I'm at, vocally by it, and so it's just an important part of the show.
Yeah.
I like it.
And of course, we should mention, you are a singer-songwriter. You've released a lot of projects over the past 10 years. So do you feel like maybe playing Neil Diamond, playing this music will inform what you do in the future as an artist?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's going to have to. I think it's just now that it's been such a major part of my life for, going on over 3 years. I'm sure even in my songwriting now, I think, I've been singing a lot lower in this, a lot lower register. He's a baritone, so I've been trying to find that part of my voice and incorporating that in some of my own music. So probably.
Wow. All right. Can't wait to hear. Well,
if I can write the next Sweet Caroline, I'll be in good shape.
I think that's what's going to happen. We're going to put that out there into the universe. Well, speaking of that song, now let me tell you what happened. Now, Nick said, Paul, if you want to sing backup on this, you're more than welcome to.
I never said that.
You did say it, and the answer is yes, I want to, but I'm not going to.
No, you have to.
I respect you too much.
I'm respectfully not doing it unless you sing along.
All right, fine. I'll do a very quiet, very off-key bop, bop, bop. Sir, when you're ready.
So good.
So good. You got it, man. Take it away.
All right. Should I do I'll do full Neil Diamond voice.
Go for it.
It's early, too, so I could do that. I get the low register down. Where it began, I can't begin to know. But then I know it's growing strong. It was in the spring. Then spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Hands, touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. All right, it's almost your turn. All right. Oh, sweet
ba, ba. A little off key.
Good times never seem so good.
So good, so good.
Oh, and I've been inclined to believe they never would, but now I look at the night and it don't seem so lonely. We filled it up with only two. And when I hurt, hurting runs off my shoulders. How could I hurt when holding you? Warm, touching warm, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Here we go. Oh, sweet Caroline. There we go. Good times never seem so good. So good, so good. Oh, and I've been inclined. One more.
Ba, ba, ba.
To believe they never would, sweet Caroline. That's pretty good.
I mean,
You brought it in the
my
second chorus.
dreams just came true. You know, I had to warm up a little bit, Nick. I didn't get my warm up.
That's right, that's
Sir,
true.
amazing. Break a leg here in Atlanta. A beautiful noise, the Neil Diamond musical here at the Fox Theater now. everybody. Well, if you need something to watch this weekend, Novocaine is open in theaters now. It stars Jack Quaid as a guy who can't feel pain. Like, physically, he cannot feel pain. And that becomes kind of his superpower as he works to rescue the girl of his dreams. And in partnership with the movie, a local favorite has teamed up with Paramount Pictures to do some Novocaine-themed donuts. So we're at Donnie's Donuts right now in the Old Fourth Ward. Now, this place became famous down in Florida. We're talking about like Daytona Beach, New Smyrna, Ormond. A couple of years ago, they moved up here to Atlanta, and they have been winning over fans ever since. And you want to know why they're winning over fans? This is why. Look at the donuts. They are incredible. Cake-based donuts. There are multiple flavors. They rotate daily, and I promise you, whatever you order, you're going to love it. But the two very special ones are right over here. There's the Heat Wave donut, which has got a little bit of spice in it, and then there's the Cherry Fix. And the Cherry Fix is inspired by the main character, Novocaine, and his love for cherry pie. And of course, we've got Patty over here with both of them. What does it take to create a new donut flavor? Like, did you have to think a little bit about the movie and then sort of brainstorm into how you could take a concept from the film and make it into a donut?
Yeah, actually it was when I first sat down with Jessica. She told me about, we wanted to do a cherry pie type donut. Yeah. And I said, I've always wanted to do that. I love cherry pie.
Yeah.
And I said, so that one was kind of easy because I kind of had that in my head.
Okay.
But the Novocaine one was, heat. How do you put heat in a donut and it still tastes good?
Right.
So this one I have specially made for you because I upped that heat just a little bit.
I know you did. I saw you upping the heat. So what gives the heat in the Heat Wave donut?
The cayenne pepper.
Oh, yeah. Now, that said, I will say, if you were watching Good Day Atlanta, you know that I tried one. And the fact that it's on the cream cheese icing, it actually complements the spice really well.
It does. It does. And really, I didn't think about that until we were actually going through because it's milk-based.
Yes.
So it balances that heat.
Yeah.
Well, I kicked it up about 4 notches.
I know you did because you're I was going to say you're a very mean woman, but actually you're not because you gave us all these donuts today. Let's talk a little bit about your donuts. So Donald is back there, by the way. We're going to make some coffee in just a minute. You and Donald were just sweets lovers, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We didn't discriminate against sweets. We made sweets all the time at home. We were the neighborhood sweets place.
Yep.
My kids' teachers would always say, would you bring the cupcakes?
Oh, you were that family.
Because I had a little special ingredient that I put in my cupcakes and made them very moist and wonderful. So, that's kind of how it, we just always experimented with chocolates and sweets and
Yeah. And so then you decided to open up a donut shop and create what you have created. These donuts, though, are so unique. They're cake-based, and the way that they're cooked, I mean, they're soft and fluffy on the inside, but they've got that perfect sort of fry on the outside. So how long did it take you to sort of come up with the perfect donut?
It took probably about 3 weeks.
Really?
Right. Yeah. We made donuts, gave them away when we first opened in Daytona.
Yeah.
Kept making them,
Yeah.
give them away, making them, give them away until we got that right expletive.
Well, and so that's what I was going to say. So, Donald, when you hear people spit out the expletive, when they cannot control what's coming out of their mouth, then you know you've done it correctly, right?
Absolutely. It took us 3 weeks to make the OG. Took us about a month to perfect the chocolate donut.
Yeah.
Took us about 8 months to perfect the blueberry donut.
Okay.
And then every donut since then's been easier and easier and easier.
Well, you said that. So what makes the blueberry one a little bit more challenging?
Because we use fresh blueberries.
Ah.
So you can never know exactly how much water's in the blueberry.
Oh.
So each time we're sort of crafting it each batch at a time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay. And so you have perfected them now. And then the fun part is like coming up with the toppings on each one. So Patty, like how many total different topping combinations have you come up with?
About 120.
And there's probably still another 120 more to come, right?
So we actually are a donut bar. So you can come in and create your own donut with all the different icings.
So you can really always customize.
Always customize.
Oh, okay. So what are some of the popular like combinations when people come in to customize?
So our grandkids came in this weekend and they had, one of them made vanilla icing with marshmallows and M&Ms on top.
A marshmallow fort that protected the M&Ms on the inside.
I love your grandkids, I just want to say. And I said this earlier, what lucky grandkids to have grandparents that own a donut shop. If my grandparents had owned a donut shop, my life would have been very different. Now, of course, donuts are the stars here. But you said before, if you didn't have donuts, you would be a gourmet coffee bar. Let's talk about your coffee program.
So all of our coffees are fair trade organic. They're single origin. We deal with 3 different farms. They're roasted for us each week. So it's super fresh.
Wow.
We make 3 different types of cold brew. We have an espresso bar, and we have an association with an all-female owned co-op in northern Thailand. That's where we get all of our teas from.
Wow.
So all of our teas are cold brew, and we also do a hot tea also.
Yeah, that's great. You're going to make a drink right now. What are you going to make?
So this is what we call the works. A little bit of simple syrup that we make in-house.
Okay.
Whole milk. And then I drizzle it with chocolate.
Okay. And same thing with the donuts. Like, were these different drinks just things that you guys sort of dreamed up and thought, let's try it?
We make things we want to eat.
Yeah.
So a little bit of ice.
Okay. Looks good.
And then the coffee.
And this is just a cold brew coffee?
Cold brew coffee. It's our Brazilian coffee.
Okay.
Give it a little mix. And then...
Gotta put the whipped cream on. Oh, yeah.
And that's the works.
That's it. Of course I'd like to try it. Are you kidding me, Donald? You know, I've been waiting here, waiting for you to finish so I can try this. So this is the works, which is up there, which is a choice of milks blended with caramel drizzle, chocolate syrup. Got the simple syrup, whipped cream. Let's go for it. And would you say this pairs well with any of the donuts that you have?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, that is so good. Can I say what makes this different, what I didn't expect? It's like, this tastes like real chocolate, not like synthetic, chemical, overly sweet chocolate. Like, this is real chocolate.
We want to make things that we feel comfortable serving to our grandkids.
Oh, yeah.
So we try to make sure all of our ingredients are real ingredients.
Oh, this is so good. All right, I'm going to put you on the spot quickly. If you can only have one donut from your selection, which donut are you having?
Chocolate cheesecake.
Oh, wow, that was a good pick. All right, Patty, what about you? One donut, you have to choose. Which one?
Snickers.
Oh, very nice. All right, and of mine so far this morning, it's a tough call. I was going to say the maple bacon, which is delicious, but the French toast was just as good. And the Novocaine donuts are amazing too. So you know what? Folks at home, just come in and try them for yourselves. We're at Donnie's Donuts in the Old Fourth Ward. And again, Novocaine is playing in theaters now. Okay, just a little addition to this segment. So I'm walking back into the Fox 5 Atlanta studios with a big box of the donuts, and I'm going to hand them out to the anchors. I'm filming this because you'll hear rumors that I never do anything nice for my coworkers. And of course, that is completely untrue. Now we're gonna walk in. They are still on air on Good Day Atlanta. We're gonna crash the studio. Well, well, well.
Oh my God!
Look what I brought for you guys. I'm just filming to prove that I do nice things. There you go, studio friends. Enjoy the donuts. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready, Paul.
I am
Let's do it.
so excited to see your reaction.
Oh, there we
this
go.
is the Georgia Gold Rusher, and
That
it
was
starts fast, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
It starts fast. So this is like 590 feet of track. It's a U shape, and you go back and forth at 60 miles per hour. And look, I don't love that it's going this fast, this quickly. I don't like looking down. I don't like looking down, okay? That's the thing. I don't mind looking up. I don't like looking down.
Well, as you can see, we had a thrilling morning here at Six Flags Over Georgia, trying out the brand new Georgia Gold Rusher. It is the newest thrill ride at Six Flags Over Georgia. And I got to tell you, riding the coaster over and over again, surprisingly, worked up an appetite. For me, I'm hungry, and that's why we're over here now with the new executive chef here, Priscilla Hamilton. It's great to see you.
Hi, nice to see you guys. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, welcome to the park. How excited are you to kind of get the culinary program rolling here and get your footprint on things?
I'm super excited. I'm so excited that I'm a little nervous, but I'm excited to show the guests all the new things that we have going on.
Yeah, well, just from the looks of it here, you've got some really good new things. So let's dive in, and I want to start with these burgers. They are calling my name,
Yeah,
my
you've
friend.
been. I seen you looking at them.
Yes, you did.
Yes, so these are the diner cheeseburgers that I'm really excited about.
Yeah.
They're going to be in DJ's, which is our 50s themed diner.
Oh, cool.
Yes, so I'm super excited. They're juicy. They're cheesy burgers. Everybody's going to love them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they look like classic diner burgers
yes, they
for
really
sure.
Are.
Yeah.
They really are, and they're really good.
All right, next up.
Those are hand-breaded chicken tenders. That's also going to be in DJ's. So we're having fresh, dipped tenders every day.
Yeah, you said you are hand breading every
Yes,
single day.
Yes.
That's
And
amazing.
They're very good. They're seasoned.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're
Yeah.
going to appreciate our hard work.
Okay, one of my favorite things at Six Flags is always the pizza. You said you're kind of revamping the pizzas here, right?
Yes, we have new dough, and it's going to be, yes, so I'm excited about that in our locations. And then up front at our new refreshed location, we're having pasta salad, we got a piadina flatbread, so I'm excited about that, and a Detroit style pizza.
That's amazing. And then look, I mean, we're going to eat all this food. We need some dessert. And we're in Georgia, so I feel like a cobbler. You got to have a cobbler, right?
That's what I was saying. That's why we have this good peach cobbler. It's
Yeah.
going to be in Firehouse because that's where we have the barbecue, the brisket, the
Yeah.
pork. So, we need peach cobbler to
And
go
tell
with
me about Firehouse, because you said you were really excited about this, because you're like going to be smoking meats over there.
Yes, so we have 2 smokers over there. We're going to smoke all our meats overnight.
Oh.
Yes, and we have our own rub. So I'm excited about that. And so we put peach cobbler with it. We have banana pudding. We have baked macaroni and cheese.
You are giving the people what they want here.
Yes, I'm excited. They're going to love it.
So all of this new food, this will all be kind of rolling out throughout the season,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So first we're going to start with DJ's, and
Yeah.
then we're going to gradually do the other locations.
Oh, this is amazing. I'm so excited to try all this and to see what else you have up your sleeve. Again, I know you're so excited to be here and work in this environment. Now, here's a question for you, though. Priscilla Hamilton, are you a roller coaster person?
I'm scary, I gotta admit, but I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm a
Okay.
water park person, so I'm excited.
Okay,
Yes, I'm
okay.
excited. We got a water park, so I'm okay.
I don't know. I think I might be able to get you on Georgia Gold Rusher this morning. I think that might happen.
It might.
We'll
But
see.
you're gonna
All
have to
right, Priscilla, great to see you. Again, this is all the new food available rolling out this season at Six Flags Over Georgia.
Okay, and now we are starting to slow down. That is so much fun. What did you think?
Oh my God, that was incredible.
It's so
That was
fun,
great, yes.
right?
Good morning, and thanks for waking up with us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins here with Alex Forbes. You're tracking some severe weather this afternoon.
Well, more so tonight.
Tonight.
Across
Okay.
North Georgia. And that's an important differentiation because, in the afternoon, people might be watching the sky, but at night, they might be watching the back of their eyelids.
Okay. That's true.
But seriously, all right, it's what makes an overnight threat a little different.
And dangerous.
Exactly. A little more dangerous. So
Okay.
let's get to it. We've got Fox 5 Live Viper. And in fact, we even have some storms in Northwest Georgia right now. So let me take you down in here. This is going to be up in Dade and Walker counties, up in Lafayette, and over towards, like I said, Dade County, getting into Catoosa County right now. We flip this over to the big radar, and you see there are some yellows and reds in there, right? A decent amount of rain coming down at times. But notice that it is quite literally just this little sliver of the state, right? So if we had seen these showers come in maybe a little more like this, then maybe that would stabilize our atmosphere a little bit more, but we're not getting that, unfortunately. Okay. So let's zoom out. Hello.
Ooh.
Lit up like a Christmas tree.
Oh, my word, yes.
Back into southern Tennessee, into northwestern Mississippi, southern Arkansas, and down in Louisiana. In fact, if I stop this, what you're going to see is a couple of tornado warnings down here in the Monroe, Louisiana area, right along Interstate 20. More severe weather up in Arkansas. In fact, I know I've got a friend who has a house right there on the Arkansas River. And then into the South Jackson area of Tennessee. So today's storms, they're going, all right? We have the storms, and now we are looking ahead to what's to come. So I'm going to click this button, and every time I do it, I'm still kind of taken aback because we do not get level 5 risks. Often.
Wow.
And that's what we have today. Alabama, Mississippi are in this level 5 risk.
And a bullseye target right there. I mean, ooh.
It is a bullseye. Ooh. And look, that's a good point because a lot of people look at this and go, there, that's going to be the worst of it. And that's probably right. But here in North Georgia, right, we still have this level 4 and this level 3. And those are both still significant. And in fact, we did just get an update to the level 4. It was in Northwest Georgia. So earlier this morning, it cut off kind of like that.
Okay.
So now we've added in, this is going to be Whitfield, Murray counties, even a little bit of Gilmer and Fannin. Okay. And then, you look at this, hello, Cherokee County. Cobb County, all of Douglas County, all of Fulton, or South Fulton, the city of South Fulton included in this. And again, same thing with the 5. It's easy to look at the 5 and discount the 4. It's easy to look at the 4 and discount the 3. We don't want to be doing that.
If you're looking outside right now, though, conditions are not this, right? Obviously, just to clarify, but this is coming.
This is what's to come later on tonight.
Okay.
Now, I want to show you why the risk is so high. All right. So we've got, this is our tornado risk. And anytime that you get above this yellow line, that's going to be notable.
Okay.
Well, hello, we're in the red and the pink today. So that's going to be a problem out into Alabama.
I always worry about Noonan and LaGrange. They're always, I feel like, targeted. They get that where they are.
and today, Northwest Georgia, the severe wind risk is also pretty elevated. All right. So let's talk about a timeline.
Okay.
All right. So these are our counties here. Northwest Georgia, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. I would invite everybody to just stay up with us. We're going to be streaming here on Fox Local. We're going to keep you updated. Metro Atlanta, so Douglas, Cobb, Fulton, DeKalb, Clayton, Gwinnett, Forsyth, 11 p.m. to 5 a.m.
Okay.
And then south and east of the city, so Thomaston, Griffin, Jackson, McDonough, say Walton County, Oconee, and Clark counties, 1 a.m. to 7 a.m.
That's just the worst time of day, really.
Right.
So don't go to sleep because you don't want to get caught.
Or if you do want to go to sleep, maybe do it if you have a basement. Okay. Right? That's going to be your best bet. These are your tornado safe places. So if you have a basement, number 1.
Okay.
If you don't have a basement, that's okay.
Okay.
All right. There's still things you can do. You want to be on the lowest level, most interior room, putting as many doors and walls between you and the outside as possible. So when we're looking at this diagram here, notice how that bathroom in the middle is lit up in red. Well, the reason why the bathroom is the best spot there, not the closet, is because the closet's on that exterior wall.
Right. Okay.
All right. And that could be a problem. Now, one last thing I want to bring up before we talk about and answer a couple of questions.
Sure.
Mobile and manufactured homes are not a safe place to be tonight. I know this is a big ask, but it's a serious ask. If you are in a mobile or a manufactured home, I would recommend leaving tonight. Likewise, if you know anybody in a mobile or manufactured home, I would be inviting them over. to your no seriously
Yeah,
to,
yeah,
to
no,
your
that's a
service
great
structure.
yeah.
Because those people might not leave unless
Right.
they have a place to go, and you would be offering a place to go.
Or any if you don't feel safe in your home, make sure check in on your neighbors. Make sure
Right.
that everyone's accounted
Yeah.
for. That's some good
Yeah.
good advice. Yeah. So I was watching 30 minutes ago when you did your hit and you showed those little pockets lined up
Right.
coming across Georgia, and you said that was terrible because that means a lot of tornadoes. So it was interesting.
Yeah.
Seeing it that way was kind of a good visual. I don't know if are you trying to bring it back up?
I'm trying to.
You're trying
but
to. It's okay.
It's not coming.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You can show us
Right.
in just a few minutes. All right. Well, thanks so much, Alex. And again, stay with us throughout the day. But of course, this is not going to be impacting St. Patrick's Day parade, which is
Just a couple
underway
hours away.
in just a few hours. We've got Lindsay Tuman, who is standing by. She's there down in I think Colony Square. She's talking to folks who are getting ready for the parade. Lindsay, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Elizabeth. I'm actually lucky enough to be joined here by the Grand Marshal of the parade this morning, Miss Susan Smith-Walsh, who is an Olympic athlete. You ran the hurdles for Ireland, right?
I did. My first Olympics was back in 1996 here, and I had already moved here to be with my husband, and so it felt like home away from home, and it still is home. It's my new home, but also home away from home.
And how does it feel to be the Grand Marshal of the parade today?
Well, it's really exciting to be honored to be an ambassador of my country. I'm a very proud Irish woman, and this is my new home, and just it's very special to be recognized here in my new home as an ambassador for Ireland.
It's got to feel a little bit surreal, too, to be recognized as the Grand Marshal.
Absolutely. It's such an honor, and I'm really happy to be here.
Well, perfect. Thank you so much for joining us here this morning, and good luck on your duties.
Thank
we look
you.
forward to seeing you out leading the parade in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
All right, Elizabeth, and we are listening to the
Tom,
national
tell us-
anthem here, so I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you.
Thanks so much, Lindsay. Appreciate it. So we've got the parade starting at noon. Meanwhile, we are continuing to follow that severe weather, so please make sure that you are tracking storms with us, staying with us, and making sure that you have a safe place to be this afternoon. But of course, we're going to continue our coverage throughout the morning. Stay with us at Fox Local. I'm Elizabeth Rollins. We'll be right back.
sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Just.
This is new for me too.
They're from Sins, which is our charity.
Okay.
All right, good morning and thanks for joining us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins and you're watching News Now. We are tracking the St. Patrick's Day Parade, which is happening today. This afternoon, it starts at noon in downtown Atlanta. We want to go to Eli Jordan, who is standing by. Eli, how's it going down there?
Hey, it's good. The race just got started. They're racing down Peachtree, turning on 10th, going around Piedmont Park and coming back this way. They started about 8 minutes ago, and I'm here with race director Sean Pfister. And Sean, tell me, how many participants we got going on in this race?
Our record year, we have 800 participants. Some doing the 5K, some doing a fun run.
Just tell me, record year. What do you think has brought up, more racers this year?
So, maybe news coverage, good weather, word of mouth, custom finisher medal, nice T-shirt, and it's our 10th annual race. But it's designed to be before the parade, so we just people transition from finishing the race, staying here for the parade, and enjoying the floats as they come by Peachtree.
And how long does this race last? It's a 5K, correct?
It's a 5K. The winner's usually under 20 minutes, but the majority runners about 30 to 40 minutes.
Cool. And so you say this is the 10th annual.
It is.
And so are there green beers along the course?
No, not green beer, but they will get a beer from Fido, who's our partner. Any 21 and over finisher gets a beer, which is probably also a nice draw.
Cool. And so tell me, what does the winner get?
The winner gets a gift card, a $50 gift card from Big Peach Running Company. And also, the male and female winners get an opportunity to ride in the parade. They have spaces on a fire engine for the winners of the 5K.
I know you're the race director, but what is the route of the parade? Are you aware of that?
It starts down at 15th Street and comes up Peachtree, south on Peachtree, I think all the way to, I don't remember where it ends.
Somewhere, I think I heard it's like 5th Street, I believe, 15th to 5th, something like that. Yeah. So how do you feel about that? How did the race start? Was it a clean start?
Yeah, it was great. I loved seeing all the costumes, all the green, everyone's festive. It's going to be a great day.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate it. And there you have it. We're here at the head of the race waiting for the first runners to return from down the road here. They got some the medals here that you would win. And they'll be coming right back up this road. At the time that they've been out running for about 11 minutes now. And there is the starting line. And we're here waiting for the first people to return.
How many folks are out there, Eli?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How many people are running in the race?
There's about 500 people.
Wow.
500 people, the record, attendance. And so, yeah, they got about 500 people running.
Oh, look, and you've got folks that are setting up.
So we're just up here waiting for people to...
They're lining up to watch the parade. Some people with their chairs.
Oh, yeah. We probably have a few parade people out here and, wait for that. But mainly, I'm interested in see who returns first here at this race.
Okay, so you're waiting.
Oh, we got bananas, too. I guess, when you're all out of, when you run all your energy out, you got to get some bananas and stuff so you won't cramp up afterwards.
Right.
And waters and stuff. So, yeah, we're here just waiting on the racers to return, and then the parade will get underway and head right up this way.
So I'm guessing the parade is actually going to pass right through there as well. Is that right? Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct, yes. Okay. It'll come from 15th Street all the way come south on Peachtree, and then probably stop around 5th Street is my understanding.
Okay. Wow. And they've got the roads closed. So what was it like driving around town this morning?
Getting here this morning, it wasn't too bad. They got just one lane closed. They'll be running back up this one lane right here.
Okay.
And so, they got some traffic here, and they'll close back down when the parade starts, of course.
Okay.
But, it seems, traffic seems to be moving fairly smoothly right now. Yeah. It's not causing too much trouble. So, if you're around Piedmont Park, you'll probably see a lot of people, in green, running around. You're wondering what's going on. That is the St. Patrick's Day 5K parade race.
Wow. All right. And I guess
they'll be heading right back up this way soon.
Well, we want to see some runners, so keep us posted.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha. I mean, they took off, and they'll be heading back this way.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll check back in with you in just a few minutes. Again, thanks for joining us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins. This is News Now. We're tracking severe weather this Saturday morning. We're also tracking the St. Patrick's Day parade that's happening this afternoon. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome into Casting Call. I'm Ariel Onstad here with Tess Hammock.
Good morning.
Tess, this first project you have brought us sounds right up my alley.
I know.
It sounds right up your alley.
Yes, I thought of us.
And maybe up your alley too.
I know.
The Perfect Line game show, hosted by Deborah Norville.
Yes.
What do we do?
Okay, great
Because
question.
I'm setting you up because this is a lot of fun.
I'm so excited about this. You know, and I love a good game show because it's a great way to learn about production and be on a great set. And you do get to be involved in the entertainment industry, at least in that way. So, like you mentioned, this is a new game show called The Perfect Line. And if you love history and pop culture, if you know a little about a lot, which I feel like we do, honestly,
we should go.
Let's blow this
We're going to go.
popsicle
Tess and
stand
I are
go.
going, guys.
This one's going to be great, though. This is someone who loves those things, who enjoys the high energy, and who can think on the spot. And so you can be any gender, any ethnicity, ages 18 and over, and you can be part of the Perfect Line. I will say this is very interesting. I didn't know this until just recently, but Deborah Norville apparently used to work here at Fox 5.
Oh, really?
Georgia girl, and now
Okay.
she is hosting.
She's hosting this show. I love that.
Isn't that
for
great?
her.
I do too.
Period,
I need
queen.
to call her and tell her if you need an understudy.
Yeah.
If you're sick one day, I'll be happy to take your spot.
Let me come in.
Let me just come in.
Okay, so what I love about this too is it's the whole jack of all trades, master
Yes.
of none, which we have to be in news a lot.
For sure.
And you have quite a long lead time for this project.
That you do.
So a lot of these ideas, or rather casting opportunities we bring you guys, might be kind of last minute, like you got to get on it next week, today, that sort of thing. This is filming July and August in Atlanta.
Yes.
So you have a little time.
You do. And I actually enjoy that because it does give you time maybe to ask off for work or to
Yes.
plan your year around that, especially if you're going to be on the show for a long period of time. But what I like about this too, and all these game shows, is, you know, normally when we bring you casting opportunities, we can say you're going to get paid if you're there. What I like about this is that you can win up to $10,000.
Yes.
So a little bit of a different pay scale.
That's
with
nice.
these. Now, what you're going to do to submit for this to be on The Perfect Line with Deborah Norville, you are going to email all of your information to connorcookcasting@gmail.com. We brought you this email before, but let me spell it. It's KONNERCOOKE casting@gmail.com, and tell him that Tess sent you.
Love it. Tess, thank you.
So good.
Moving on to our second opportunity, Project Merry and Bright.
Merry and Bright. What I like about this is that this one is actually for a nativity scene that's going to be in a holiday production. So Merry and Bright, obviously you can guess it's about the Christmas holiday.
Yes.
They are looking for nativity actors, which is really fun. So we've got 4 roles for you there. You can kind of guess. The first one is Mary. She'll need to be between the ages of 18 and 20, Caucasian and female. Joseph, between the ages of 18 and 25, Caucasian male. And then an Angel, between the ages of 18 and 40. They're looking for African American male. And then my favorite, because I've never found 3 of these in a row, some wise men. They're looking for wise men, ages of 40s to 60s, any ethnicity, but they are looking for male men, wise men.
Got it.
Although you'd have an easier time finding some wise women, if I do say so myself.
Har, 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 har.
Just kidding, just kidding. But this is going to be really fun. So if anyone's ever told you, hey, you look like the mother of Jesus, come on down.
This could be your opportunity. This could be your opportunity. So, filming March 25th in Stone Mountain / Tucker area.
Yeah, exactly.
Paid opportunity.
We love it.
Tess, what do we got to do to submit ourselves for this?
Super easy.
For
All
this
you're gonna
miracle
do-
of a scene.
That was good. Pun intended there. I love
We're
that.
a little too cheesy today. Sorry in
We are.
advance.
You're
Okay.
going to go to castingtailormade.com, and that's Taylor with a Y all together. Castingtailormade.com.
Perfect. All right, our third and final casting opportunity for you guys for this week, Project The Good Daughter. This has me automatically intrigued because I know a little bit, I feel like, about this. I feel like it's kind of a play a little bit on maybe another show, potentially.
Well,
or-
it's based off a book, so we
then
can
that
know
might
the
be
story
why.
already. But this is coming to you from Peacock. This is a limited series. We did bring you this last week, but we have a new role for you. Now, this one is actually going to be filming not in the metro Atlanta area, but a town that has a very special place in my heart, a place I grew up very close to. That is Griffin, Georgia. So it's going to be filming about an hour south of Atlanta. What they're looking for, though,
show in this scene is people who can play lawyers, defendants, townspeople, and courtroom employees. You can be any ethnicity, any gender, just over the age of 18. And this one's going to be filming March 21st, again in Griffin, Georgia, a very picturesque southern small town.
I love it. So filming March 21st, again, a little bit longer of a lead time. You have maybe a week, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, because we are already in mid-March, if you can believe it. So maybe actually not quite as long of a lead time, but still, it's not like it's tomorrow. So you can get on this. Again, filming, looking for the lawyers, defendants, townspeople, courtroom employees. If this is your day job, maybe you take it into entertainment.
I love that.
But if we are wanting to be a part of such a legal endeavor, what do we got to do?
Yeah, to be part of this paid opportunity, what you're going to do is you're going to put 3 pictures in your email, a recent headshot, a full body shot, and a dated selfie with no filter. No filter. I feel I shouldn't have to say that at this point, but I will.
It's so tempting.
Yes, it is. You're going to also put your age, your height, your weight, please don't lie, and all contact information. You're going to email that to extras at roselockcasting.com, and that's lock with an E on the end.
Yep.
And in your subject, I like how she does her subjects, you're going to put Gryffindor, like the house from Harry Potter, but of course it's because we're filming in Griffin, Georgia. And so that's what you're going to do, and you're going to send that over, and hopefully we get to see you there in one of my favorite little towns in Georgia.
I love it. Tess, thank you so much.
Thank you.
These are some great opportunities, so I hope you guys get cast. Coming up in our next segment, or actually the segment after that, we're actually going to talk about film school and whether or not it's a good fit for you. So Tess has been getting some of your questions, and we're going to discuss that in our final segment. We'll see you back here in just a little bit. Welcome back to Casting Call. I'm Ariel Onstad here with Tess Hammock.
Hello.
Tess, we just talked about our casting opportunities for the week, and now we are here to talk about our job and networking opportunities.
Yes, we are.
So our first one for you guys is actually a head of post-production education at the Georgia Film Academy. Automatically, I'm intrigued. Please tell me more.
That tickled me. That was good. So this is part of the University System of Georgia. If you are someone who has a ton of experience in post-production and you've worked in it a lot, and you're ready now to give back to the next generation of filmmakers and educators and entertainers, this is a really great opportunity for you to be part of that. So what does this mean to be the head of post-production education? Well, what you're going to be doing is teaching 3 to 5 post-production courses over an academic year. So that's a
busy.
lot. That's
Yeah.
busy. You're also going to be reporting and working closely with the Director of Academic Affairs to manage that program as well. You're also going to be managing those post-production instructors on all curriculum and content matters, and of course a little bit more. So if that sounds like something, hey, I could do that. Well, what are the requirements for this job? They're looking for someone with a bachelor's degree in the qualifying field, or in any relevant field as well. And then also 10 or more years of widely recognized industry experience. So this is not one of those things where those who can't do teach. Those who have done will teach.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's clear, right, that this is the head of post-production.
Yes.
It's not, a teacher. It is you are overseeing, you are managing. And within that, if you have experience in indie films or different things like that, that's well and great. But they are looking for someone with that professional feature film, TV set knowledge.
Yes.
And because if, let's define post-production for a second,
Sure.
right? Because this is what you're focusing on. This is all the stuff that goes into, I feel like, getting a movie
Yes.
ready for you and me to watch it.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot of different campaigns that have to be launched. There's a lot of different things to make sure the movie is good to go. So if you are imparting that into the next generation of filmmakers and TV creators, you got to know your stuff.
And it's funny too, post-production I find it gets forgotten about a lot, but they're the ones who will edit the movie
Yes.
from all of the footage down to what we end up seeing. They're the ones who add the music at the end, and I will say the music is not playing while the actors are acting. Unfortunately, I grew up feeling like that was
And that's how you know they're good actors.
That's how you know they're very good. But
Yeah.
this is a great opportunity, awesome way for you to be a part of the educational system here in Georgia. So what you're going to do, if this sounds like something you're interested in, or maybe someone you know, what you're going to do is go to USG, that stands for University Systems of Georgia, usg.edu/HR/jobs. Or you can just
And
go
then you
to
can find it.
usg.edu and then of course find their career page as well.
Perfect. I mean, it goes without saying, they want you to have teaching experience and also be very familiar with nonlinear editing software.
Exactly.
Kind of like what we use here in the TV business, right?
Bingo.
Being able to set those effects so that way the production and the movie can sing.
Love it.
So good luck to whoever is going to get that job. Our next one is on entertainment tech lead at Stone Mountain Park.
Yes.
So also making people enjoy a really great product, just maybe more live and in the moment.
Which I love. I mean, we all kind of have that memory. If you grew up in Georgia, you probably went to Stone Mountain when you were a kid, and you maybe hiked it, or maybe you saw part of their Christmas holiday production, or you went to visit in the fall when the leaves were beautiful, or in the spring when the dogwood were blooming. And all of that was made possible. Those memories were made possible because we had someone like this who was making that magic happen.
Yes.
So what you're going to be doing as the entertainment tech lead at Stone Mountain Park is you're going to be creating lighting designs and sound designs for those seasonal shows. You're also going to be managing the facility, managing other techs, and you yourself have to be able to be a technician and create those seasonal shows.
Yes. And you think about when you're watching Right Theater, you quickly realize just the importance of lighting and some of these subtle effects to create emotion. And that's exactly what this person would be doing for a role like this.
Exactly.
Maybe you're watching the Christmas tree lighting, or you're watching like a certain scene, and then
The
all of a
laser
sudden
show.
Yes.
The
yes.
famous laser show.
I love
so
it.
if that sounds like something, hey, I want to be able to do
Yes.
that. I want to be able to create that as well. The requirements for this role are going to be, you must be able to work as a stage or a house manager and a technician. You must be able to work nights, weekends, holidays, obviously. You have to have creative skills, and you must have a minimum of 3 years of experience in this field already. So if this sounds something like something that fits you, you're excited about, what you're going to do is go to stonemountainpark.com/careers, and you'll find a little bit more there.
Perfect. Tess, love this. Again, good luck to whoever gets this role.
Yes.
Our final opportunity for you guys is not a job, but a networking and career development opportunity.
Yes.
This is at the historic Manuel's Tavern. So automatically, I'm kind of intrigued. But it says, Eat, Drink, and Be Indie, a creative conference preview. So Tess, tell me more.
So for those of you who don't know what a creative conference is, it usually accompanies a film festival. And we have a little film festival. Actually, it's the oldest oldest in the country, the Atlanta Film Festival. And
I
it's
did not know that.
Yes,
That's
it's coming up
excellent.
next month at the end of April, going into May. And we'll have the creative conference. Last year, I was fortunate to be a part of it. I hosted a panel on casting, which
Yeah.
hopefully we're bringing back this year. So fingers crossed for us all to be able to learn a little bit more about that. But getting a preview of the creative conference and being able to ask your questions and prep for that is really nice because it gives you an opportunity to prepare for any panels that are coming up and any teaching opportunities. So this is going to be on March 18th, so Tuesday, but it'll be from 7:30 to 9:30. Now, I love the Eat, Drink, and Be Indie events, but they do get full.
Okay.
I remember the first time I went, I showed up right at 7:30 because I'm that person.
Yes,
But
yes.
I really should have gotten there about 30 minutes early.
Wow.
A lot of people get there early to eat, maybe grab a drink or two,
Yes.
and just network. And so before and after, you can network with people like you, and you can also learn a little bit more about the Atlanta Film Festival and the creative conference that's coming.
How lucky are you guys to have Tess already, she's been to one and can give you the inside
Already
scoop.
been
Get
to
there
one.
early. Get there
Yes,
early.
Parking can be a little bit of a challenge,
Yeah.
but Manuel's Tavern is great. It's historic. A lot of people know it, and it's going to be a fun time.
Love it. Tess, thank you so much.
Of course.
We're going to go ahead and take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be talking about whether or not you should go to film school. So, just a few minutes. We'll see you right back here. Well, welcome back to our final segment of Casting Call. I'm Ariel Onstadt here with Tess Hammock.
Hello.
So we are going to discuss the question that Tess got in her DMs this week, which is, should I go to film school? I think so many people out there, they see these casting opportunities and they just go for it, and that's great. And maybe you're someone who starts to think, do I need something extra to get booked for these roles? Can I just do this? Will it help me elevate my skills? Or what's your take, Tess?
Yeah, it's a great question. So the person who DM'd me was asking about, they are really a behind the scenes person. They had some experience in front of the camera, but they really wanted to be behind the scenes. They were very creative. They wanted to, end up being a director one day. And they said,
Good for them.
I know, it was great. I was like, this is a great question. But they said, should I go to film school? Is it worth it? And I can totally understand that question, because for so many people who make these films, they didn't necessarily go to film school. They just kind of started doing it. I'm a big proponent of education. I think it is a wonderful way to get started, meet people who are already in the industry, just like that job we brought you about the University System of Georgia through our Georgia Film Academy. That's great to be able to have that and to be able to build the foundations and the fundamentals. I love that. I think you can honestly do either. I really can. And that's an individual question. that you have to answer for yourself. Are your finances in a place where you can logistically make that happen without burdening your future self?
Yes.
Are you able to get scholarships? Are you able to be close enough to drive yourself or to take transportation to and from? Is this something that is really going to help you, or are you already halfway down the road already? So it's a very individual question.
Yes.
Huge fan of education. Huge fan of it, especially our Georgia Film Academy. They do a fantastic job. Our Savannah College of Art and Design is amazing. They have 2 campuses, one here in Atlanta and one in Savannah, and they do an amazing job, and they have real industry professionals who are those professors. So that's always something to consider as you look at which college should I go to college. And then there are some people who say, no, I want to do this on my own. You have the, the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world who maybe they don't see a whole lot of value in that, but they see a lot of value in that hands-on experience, and it really depends on what type of learner you are. I am more hands-on, I will say, and so for me, going to film school for many years might not be mine, but it might be yours. And so I always say, take a look at your individual situation, and just because maybe you don't do it now doesn't mean you'll never do it.
Right.
You can always go back to school, you can always start over, you can always get more education, and you know what, there's nothing stopping you from maybe taking a class and then dipping your toes in that way and seeing if you want to fully jump in.
Right. Do a couple classes, maybe a workshop or a seminar or something, and say, hey, did I get something out of this? Could I take it farther with film school? I think also really understanding what these different schools offer, their specialties, the instructors you'd be learning from, all of that creates a really full picture to be like, hey, is this worth it for me? And it sounds like what you're really saying too is if you're just starting out and you're trying to figure this out, film school may lay that great foundation for you.
Sure.
But if you're someone who has a lot of real world experience and has a lot of connections and is continuing to get more because you're already kind of ingrained in the industry, then maybe film school, it may not be for you at this time, right? Because maybe you want to keep that momentum and that energy going into that real world experience, because once you're getting the real world experience, you're getting it, you know, and at the end of the day, school is there to prepare you for experiences. So if you're already getting that, maybe that's the...
Yeah, and I'll leave you with a really great example. We had a filmmaker who just came out with a new movie, Opus, which I loved. I just reviewed it. It was fantastic. But he went to Morehouse College, and he was a journalism major. It took him 6 years, though, to make the movie after college.
Wow.
And he did not go to film school, but he had some really amazing, big names, and it was a fantastic movie. And so even if you go to college and maybe you don't major in film, you can still leverage a lot of your education and your connections to go ahead and get started too.
Yeah. Amen. Tess,
I love that.
Thank you so much for a great week of Casting Call. We hope you guys have a beautiful day, and may the castings be with you.
May the castings be with you, always. I love it.
We're going to take a break, and we'll have more content for you after this.
Good morning and thanks for waking up with us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins and this is News Now. We are tracking some severe weather that's going to be making its way through our area this afternoon, later through the evening. We want to go to Alex Forbes. Alex, you have been tracking this hour by hour, and this is very serious that everyone needs to pay attention to this.
Yeah, Elizabeth, that's right. We're talking about a storm threat today that is a lot more elevated than usual across North Georgia. And really, we've seen some showers and storms around this morning. Take a look up towards northwest Georgia. It has just been Dade, Walker, and Catoosa counties, and that's it. And even then, that is beginning to fall apart. So we did have at least a little bit of hope that we would be looking at this exit, or I shouldn't say exiting, but helping mitigate some of that severe storm risk. At any rate, it's not doing that. We take a closer look at it. You see the lightning has really come down, and we zoom out and take a look back into, say, parts of Mississippi and Alabama, back in towards Louisiana. Yeah, some severe thunderstorms at this hour and a tornado watch already in place. It's going to be this area down to the south where we're looking for that high risk of severe weather later on today. I'm going to show you more on that here in just a moment. But first, our timeline here for the afternoon, or into the evening, I should say. 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. across Metro Atlanta and areas north and west. Metro Atlanta is going to be 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. That middle tier of counties here. So that's going to be Cobb, Douglas, Fulton, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Forsyth, over towards Clayton. And then down to the south, that's where we're going to be looking at about 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. So this is going to be an overnight event here in North Georgia. And look, you give a little, you take a little in terms of the benefits and setbacks. This is a big setback for us because a lot of people are going to be asleep through the overnight hours, and you need to have a way to receive warnings. In fact, I would just invite you to stay up with us. We're going to be covering it on Fox 5, on Fox Local, and stay up to date with the storms. Now, the good news about it coming through during the overnight is that we are not looking at the level of risk that is back into Alabama and Mississippi. Now, it's super easy to look at this and say, oh, it's going to be the worst of it's going to be right there. Well, that might be true, but the worst of it today is as worse as it gets, which means this 4 and this 3 here in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia is still a pretty significant impact. Across North Georgia, we are going to have the threat of damaging winds on the order of 60 to 70 miles an hour, strong long track tornadoes. That means EF2 plus. All right, that means significant damage to houses, trees, things of that nature, and then also hail up to about an inch in diameter. Now let's dissect the different elements here. This is going to be your tornado threat, all right? Slightly higher tornado threat in western Georgia than in eastern Georgia, but everybody in this black hash marked area has the chance of seeing this significant severe, right? That's the EF2 to EF5 range in terms of the tornado threat. The wind threat, almost everybody's on equal playing field. In this last update here, you see northwest Georgia was added into this next notch up in terms of that wind threat. So, in Calhoun, up in Dalton, up in Lafayette, maybe a slightly higher chance of some damaging winds than in Rome and Canton and in Gainesville. But still, everybody 75 plus miles an hour is going to be possible. I think the only good news in today's forecast is that the hail threat, that's going to be more of a daytime thing, which means that's back into Alabama, back into Tennessee, and not so much a concern for us. It will be possible, but it's not as high of a concern here in North Georgia. Okay. This is our high resolution model. It's called the HRRR. A couple things I'm noticing on this at the 5 p.m. hour now, right? Mix of sun and clouds through the day. One, the main line of storm still back on the other side of Interstate 65, but we are beginning to get a couple of these storms out ahead of the main line. Those would be capable of producing tornadoes if they're able to sustain themselves. The HRRR has consistently been bringing the line of storms into Metro Atlanta and North Georgia about 8 p.m. Another one of our models, the graph model, does the same. Our third model does not. It holds it off till the midnight hour, which is why we have such a range in the times right now. Still waiting to see how that's going to iron itself out. All right, here we go, 10 p.m. Some storms out ahead of this main line. Again, that would not be a good situation. But what I'm watching for most closely is how many of these storms we get individually of one another. The more we get of those, the higher the likelihood that we see tornadoes. All right, so if you're up with us at 10, 11 o'clock, and you're looking at the radar picture and you see a series of individual storms rather than just a solid line, that means your tornado threat is going to be higher in that scenario. Now, the good news is we do get it out of here by 6, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we will begin to clear out. Now, on the same model, I'm going to show you what's called the significant tornado parameter, and we just got a new run of this, all right? So here we go into the evening tonight, 8 p.m. on into the overnight, and look, we're getting some pinks, some reds, some oranges in here, and I point that out because on the scale, that's relatively high, right? Your high is when you get to red, and then anything beyond that is very high. Whenever we're looking at a spin-up tornado day, right, a quick moving, a weak, not long-lasting tornado, we're in the whites and the yellows. Well, now we're in the reds and the oranges and even pinks in a couple of spots, and that's going to be moving through during the overnight hours along with the line of storms, which is what's giving us cause for concern at this moment in time. All right, so here's how it's all broken down. Now, again, still some question marks on the timing, so we'll start the threat at 8 p.m. as low, or lower, not low, but lower, and then we quickly ramp it up to 10 p.m. This is a high threat of tornadoes, all right? We don't just throw that around. A high threat of tornadoes from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., and then the tornado threat, it does stick around, but it's not quite as strong through the not late morning, but the early morning hours of Sunday, past 2 a.m. That damaging wind threat is going to be high as well. And then large hail, yeah, that's going to be in the picture, but it's not as high of a threat as the damaging winds and tornadoes. And then I had somebody ask me about power outages, why it's at an orange instead of a red. I kept the power outages at orange because I don't think we're going to see them widespread. I think they're going to be possibilities, but I don't expect them at the extent of like in middle Georgia, a Hurricane Helene comes to mind. In North Georgia, something like that. I'm not expecting anything like that. All right, this is one more model. This is the graph model. This is similar timing. Notice how it's a little more linear, right? In this instance, that damaging wind threat is going to be a little more pronounced than the tornado threat. But we'll be watching it closely. The timing's somewhat similar. Gets out of here 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. So that is going to be a possibility here through the evening tonight. So today, a Fox 5 storm alert day for this reason, right? A high temperature of 81, storm alert day. More so for tonight. 72 tomorrow, 63 for St. Patrick's Day. So Elizabeth, we've got sun on St. Patrick's Day and then a quick warm up through the middle part of the week. 76 on Tuesday, 77 on Wednesday before spring begins on Thursday.
All right, thanks so much, Alex. And we obviously stay with us throughout the day. We're going to continue to follow this severe weather. We're also tracking the St. Patrick's Day parade, which kicks off in just about 2 hours or so, about an hour and a half, I guess, right at noon. But we've got crews around town that have been following the festivities surrounding St. Patrick's Day. We want to go to Lindsay Tuman, who is in downtown, and she's talking to folks who are involved with the parade. Good morning, Lindsay.
Hey, good morning to you, Elizabeth. I'm actually fortunate enough to be joined this morning by some of the amazing performers that we're going to see as part of the parade, including Megan McCloskey, who is one of, not an incorrigible, say a deplorable.
A despicable.
Despicable.
Yes.
With the seed and feed abominable.
Marching abominable.
There we go.
Yes.
I think if I tried to say it 5 times, I don't know if I would get it right. But tell me a little bit about what y'all are doing here today.
Well, we are performing. We are the finale in the St. Patrick's Day Parade. We've been performing here for years. We're a volunteer marching band. So everyone here just donates their time and their fashion sense with their costumes, and we just love to entertain. So the band has been around for over 50 years, just entertaining Atlanta and being a part of community events like this.
I love it. And you were saying you've been a part for 4 years, is
Yes.
that right? And the band, we're talking about a pretty interesting group of people all coming together. You guys look like you just have fun.
We do, and I think it's the joy of music, and again, this is something that we feel this is our way to give to the community.
And today, of course, a perfect day for y'all to be partaking in it. Have you done this before, this parade, the end route?
Oh, yes, and we usually bring a little surprise for the finale as well, yes. So no, we've been doing this parade for many years. It's a true joy to be a part of it.
And now you did mention, of course, we're here to listen to the music, but what y'all are wearing is part of the fun too. Can I have you actually do a little turn for me?
Sure.
Show me the back, because your jacket is just amazing.
Thank you. I made it myself. We do a lot of repurposing for our costumes. We will take something, a jacket, a sweater, a hat, and really just add bling to it.
I love it. Now, of course, we can't talk about the band without hearing the band. And I know they're getting kind of warmed up out here, but maybe we can go ahead and step out and kind of show people
Follow
what to
me.
expect.
Here
yes,
we
I'm
go.
following you. Oh, here we go.
Great, Lindsay. I love this. Y'all are having so much fun down there.
It's getting a little hard to hear, so I won't try to talk over them. I'll just let y'all enjoy.
Okay. That's all right. What a fun experience this weekend downtown Atlanta. Thankfully, the weather is holding off until later. We also want to go to Eli Jordan. He actually was following the parade, the 5K leading up to the parade. He spoke to the winner of the 5K winner, actually, who ran this morning. Eli, are you there?
Hey, I'm here in Tequila. Hey, it's St. Patrick's Day Parade Day, and it's also 5K race day, and we're right about an hour into it. And it took off about an hour ago, maybe, about 54 minutes ago, and they all started coming back. But we had our winner, Caleb Hammonds from Mississippi, came here to pick up his mother-in-law at the airport, and he decided, hey, I'm going to run this little road race. And he came in at 18 minutes. Took off 18 minutes later. Here comes this guy running up a hill, and I caught a word with him, and let's see what he had to say. Congratulations. Hammonds?
Yes, sir.
You won.
Oh.
18 minutes.
Yeah, I'll take it. That was fun.
What was the roughest part?
This last half-mile stretch is all uphill all the way to the finish, and I could hear the guy behind me coming. So it gave me a little motivation.
I saw you sprinting a little bit heading up. Is that you hearing the footsteps behind you?
Yeah, I could hear him. I don't know how close he was, but I wasn't going to turn around. I was just going to run. Keep my head down and run.
So, do you race often?
Not much. I'm from Mississippi. We came over here this weekend and for the parade and to run the race for the fun of it. So while we were here. So, but yeah, I used to race a lot. I ran at Ole Miss actually in college.
How you feeling right now?
I feel good. I feel tired but good. The weather's perfect. It's a great course and event. So yeah, but I feel good.
So you just came up here from Mississippi just to hang out? You visited friends or anything like that?
No, we're picking up my wife's mom. It's her second day ever in the U.S. It's her first trip to the U.S. ever. So we picked her up at the airport and kind of introducing her, going around the city and everything. So. Whew.
And then you come to Atlanta and you win a road race.
Yeah, yeah. I used to live here. Actually, I lived in Macon, and I worked in and out of Atlanta. For a while, for about 2 years, and then I moved back to Mississippi, where my folks and the rest of my family is.
So, real quick, how's it feel to be a winner?
Feels good. Maybe it motivates me to get out and train more. It's always fun, though. But I always appreciate everybody who does a good job. Police for doing a good job. It's marked well. They put on a quality race event, so that's always good. Because sometimes they're not quality, but this is a good one. First time I've done it, but I'll have to come back.
Awesome. Well, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Rest up and hydrate.
We all need that motivation.
So, yeah, 18 minutes. Oh, yeah, 18 minutes. He made it in. And I'm also here joined with Josh and Jerry. So, was this your first race for the St. Patrick's Day?
It was, yes, it is.
And so, how was it?
It was awesome. It was great to run through the city. No cars. It was great. A lot of hills, but it was great.
Awesome. And so, what was your times?
24:45. 30:20.
Gotcha. So, Jerry got me. Josh got you a little bit, didn't he?
He did.
Eli.
He did. He bested me. Next time, though.
All right, on.
Eli,
How's
we're
those
gonna
beers?
have to wrap up.
Great.
We
They're great. Cheers.
have about 10 seconds. So
You got it.
we'll
Cheers.
continue
Thanks,
to-
guys.
Welcome to Burgers with Buck Second Helping, a look back at some of our best Burgers with Buck memories, and there are a lot of them. This week we began in Mableton on the banks of the Chattahoochee River. Owens and Hull has been recognized and awarded for their critically acclaimed barbecue. And if there's one thing Burgers with Buck has learned through the years and all these burgers, it's that barbecue restaurants almost always have great burgers. Well, Owens and Hull is no exception, but pay close attention because there is one small catch. All right, this week Burgers with Buck, we're technically in Mableton, but we're real close to Smyrna, right? All right, so we're hanging out at Owens and Hull Barbecue, hanging out with Robert, hanging out with Brian. How you guys doing today?
Doing great, thank you.
Owens and Hull, right?
Yeah.
It's all making sense to me now. All right, let's start with this. I mean, how long? First of all, this is a cool location. You're right here on the river. Tell us about this development. How long you've been here?
Yeah, so we started this about a year ago. This development started about 4 years ago, right on the river. Really wanted nice views, good place to have some beers. We have Reformation Brewery next to us. Great apartments, condos, townhomes, just building a really great community around us.
And the river doesn't hurt a bit, does it?
It's amazing.
Yeah, very
amazing.
nice. Okay, so Brian, barbecue restaurants in my, at least as I've witnessed, always seem to have a really good burger. Why do you think that is?
It's kind of because barbecue restaurants, we break down a lot of meat, and so we need to find a way to use it. And so for us, I did some travels to Texas, and I fell in love with the burger at Leroy and Lewis, and kind of learned their process on how they broke down some of their brisket scrap and started doing this half-pound smoked brisket burger. That way we didn't have any waste, and so we can utilize the great product that we get every week from Creekstone Farms.
And emphasis on the word process, because this is not something you just throw on the cooktop, right? There's a process. So I want you to kind of guide us through, take us through that process of this to get to this finished product right here, which is the OAW burger. We'll explain that in a second.
All right. So anytime you're trimming a brisket, usually we'll lose about 30 to 40% off the weight of a brisket in trim. We take that trim and do a twice grind, like a very coarse grind on the brisket, and form a half-pound patty. Then we roll it in our brisket seasoning, and then the first cook, is we will smoke it at a low temperature, kind of like you reverse sear a steak. Okay. So we'll take that to about rare, usually takes about anywhere between 2 and 3 hours on the smoker. We'll then chill that down, and then when we're ready for service, say on Thursday, we will then grill it off on our big green egg, give it that nice, like, kind of char grill sear to it, top it with American cheese, our house-made pickles, a burger sauce, and then we also, another part of the process is we take Vidalia onions and roll them in the tallow that we make from the brisket trim, and then we'll smoke those and then make an onion jam out of that.
Can you tell my mouth's watering as you describe
Yeah.
it? Okay.
I mean, you've had it before,
Yeah,
so you know. Yeah.
I had it as a civilian one time.
Yeah, exactly.
In a professional capacity, right? All right, so the OAW burger, that stands for once a week, and this is labor intensive. So tell us, when is this available?
Yeah, Thursday and Sundays.
Okay.
So we only have 80 in total for the week with our trim. That's all the brisket we can handle. So with that, we've got 60 on Thursdays and with the onion jam. And then we do 20 on Sundays for those who don't make the Thursday without the onion jam, but still really great burger.
I'm ready to give this a try. The OAW. You'll take this?
Absolutely. All right.
Put this in your able hands right
Okay.
there as I give this a try. The OAW, the once a week burger, although technically twice a week, I guess.
Yeah.
If you talk about
The once a week is the onion jam. That's we only serve that once a week.
There you go.
All right.
There it
so
is right there.
Yeah.
I'm going to confess I've had it before, as we talked about, so I kind of already know if it's going to get a thumbs up or not.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go ahead and give it a try anyway.
So we get a little nerdy with it because we construct it in a very specific way.
Right.
So we want you to take a bite with the burger as you're holding it. We don't want you to flip it upside down because if you get a bite of the pickle, the first thing you're going to taste is pickle. So the first thing we want you to taste is really that burger.
All right, here we go. The OAW.
And as you can see, it is a red pink inside because we want it to be a medium rare. If we cook that burger anymore, it will start to dry out because of that long smoking process. And it doesn't eat like a medium rare burger. It doesn't just kind of juice out right away when you bite in. It kind of stays super moist, and I don't know, it's got a unique crust to it, right?
You put it your way.
Yeah.
I put it my way. There it is right there. That is delicious. Gentlemen, well done. Not well done, but you know what I mean.
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
Fantastic.
And you got to get some Brunswick stew.
Sure, okay.
And make sure you get some of that crackle on top. We do.
I see that.
So we make some beef crackling from our brisket trim too, and we use that on the Brunswick stew.
Yeah, one for each. There we go. If I had 4 arms, I'd do it, but I don't. Only have 2. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Owens Hall. There's something really big happening in Midtown, and we're talking about the size of the brunch smash burger at Hotel Granada. You've heard the saying to have egg on your face, right? Well, this week we did, but in the literal sense. All right, this week, Burgers with Buck, we are back in Midtown. What a beautiful day to be outside it is. I'm hanging out at Hotel Granada, hanging out with Jaime. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. It's great to have you here, Buck.
Oh, we're glad to be here. So, thank you. Thank you so much. Relatively new concept here, but not a relatively new building here in Midtown Atlanta. Tell us a little bit about this place.
Yeah, this used to be the Granada Apartments when the building was first opened, but now it has been completely remodeled into the Granada Hotel, which is a nice boutique hotel that has a nice boho Spanish vibe to it, which is really nice, as you can see.
Yeah, no, this is great out here. Palm Court, is this Palm Court? What is that?
Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, Palm Court is our main dining area.
Okay.
And then the main dining area for that will be the patio, and then we have some space also in the main lobby.
I got to tell you something. I got to be honest with you, okay? So this place came recommended from a coworker of mine named Paul Milliken.
And yes, I want to put it out there. I texted a picture to Buck Lanford. I'm a nice guy, and I said, you got to come try the burger.
I don't normally take any of his recommendations, right? I don't trust that guy. So, but there's a long history there, and that's but no, don't be concerned. But the jury's out on this because it came from him. You're going to get an extra level of scrutiny. Do you feel good about that?
Of course.
All right, I think we're going to get along just fine. All right, tell us about it. What's it called?
Oh, this is a breakfast brunch smash burger, which is
Okay, so build it for us, kind of visual.
Well, we start with a beautiful toasted brioche bun, and then we build it up with our jalapeno aioli on the bottom. Then we have a little bit of super crisp lettuce, and then we make sure that you hit that super crispy meat in your patty, so you just have all those textures going on. Then you have your American cheese, you have your straw onions, your fried green tomato, and that beautiful fried egg in there.
Beautiful.
And that's gonna be pretty much an extra added sauce for your burger, and it's just gonna make it so delicious.
All right, so Paul was here not that long ago, and I remember he tried, I think, shrimp and grits and some of the other items on your menu. I don't think he could handle this. I don't think he was ready for something like this. I mean, is this a show stealer on the menu? Because, just look at that.
Yeah, that was the whole idea behind it.
Yeah.
We wanted to make it very just humptious and delicious and just like over the top.
Yeah,
and I think we kind of did that with this burger.
Mission accomplished. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that,
I'm
sir.
ready to try it. Before I do, what you wanted me to try this as well. So tell me about this.
Oh yeah, those are our breakfast patatas bravas. It's just we take the same concept that we have with the breakfast patatas, and we just add peppers, onions, a combination of manchego cheese and cheddar, and then we top it off with a fried egg on top, and it's just delicious.
I am ready to give it a try. I'm ready. Can I hand you this?
Of course.
All right, here we go. The brunch smash burger, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
It could get a little messy.
I'm gonna go and pop it.
Yeah, it could get a little messy. Just be careful with it. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Look at the beautiful yolk.
Isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
That's big, dude. That's big.
Just be careful with it. It might get a little messy there, sir.
Well, listen,
But I think you can handle it. I think you can handle it, yes.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was a big bite, sir. Oh, yes. Yeah, it's smashing all right.
My first burger with a new mustache.
Yes, sir.
Let me think about that for a second. I'll taste these up.
Yeah.
Patatas bravas.
Oh, listen to that crispiness in there. Yep.
Crispy on the outside.
You know, that's the whole point of it. They gotta be crispy on the outside and just creamy and delicious in the middle. So you can have like those two textures going on in there, and it's just so good.
You ready for the verdict?
Yes, please.
You ready?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna give you one thumbs up because I know Paul Milliken couldn't handle that. No way. No way. I'm gonna give you another thumbs up because it's delicious.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm gonna dig in and finish this. Okay? Cool.
That's great. Yeah, please.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
2 delicious burgers down, 4 delicious burgers to go on second helping. Ford Fry himself will join us next at a place where the Sparrow may be little, but the burger is certainly. I'm often asked for burger recommendations, and after well over 400 Burgers with Buck episodes, sometimes it can be tough to narrow it down, but here's a solid tip for you. You cannot go wrong ordering a burger at any of Ford Fry's Atlanta restaurants. Case in point, Little Sparrow. All right, this week, Burgers with Buck, we are at Westside Provisions. We're at Little Sparrow, hanging out with Bob, and it's about time we're hanging out with this guy, Ford Fry. We've been trying to do Burgers with Buck with you for a little while, so appreciate you joining us today.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me.
All right, let's talk. You got a lot of restaurants around town. Tell me about Little Sparrow. What's the concept here?
Kind of, I would call it, people want to say it's Frenchy. I call it continental continental cuisine was kind of the cuisine that I grew up eating as a kid in the 80s, I'd say. So it's stuff, anything that's European inspired. Pretty rich, I'd say, but it's been super fun.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Okay, 13 months, right? Been here about 30. How's it going?
Great.
Going good so far, so good, right? All right.
Very good.
So before we talk specifically about this, one thing that strikes me about your restaurants is even if it's a seafood restaurant like the Optimist or a Tex-Mex restaurant like maybe a Super Rica, there's a burger, I think, on just about every menu, and they're all a little bit different. Why is it important, do you think, or why do you have a burger on every menu? Because sometimes it can steal the show.
To me, it just makes it an everyday restaurant, you know? So that's what we want. We want more frequent. We want people to feel comfortable to come and just have a burger if they want to versus spend whatever, $150 a head or something like that. So it just makes sense.
All right, Bob, this is not an afterthought, right? Definitely not an afterthought. All right, first of all, does it have a name?
The burger.
And when it's that good, I think you just call it the burger, right? It's like Cher, Madonna, burger, right? It just works. I want you to build it for us visually. I want you to tell me how you, and I watched you do it, and I know there's a lot of steps to putting this together. So take us through it.
All right, so in the beef patty, there's 3 different cuts. There's chuck, brisket, and then there's dry aged chuck. The dry age just gives it a little funky flavor, makes it a little more beefy. So those 3 meats, we grind them twice, then form it into a 9-ounce patty, and we cook it on the griddle. So it's a flat, very hot surface, and we baste it constantly in butter. So, and then American cheese, because it's American cheese, why not? A big heaping of aioli and an onion, and that onion is just barely cooked. We sear it really quickly. It's still mostly raw. You get that really nice crisp texture. A brioche bun, and that's really it. There's a lot of work that goes into it, but at the end of the day, it's just a very simple burger.
What does all that butter do?
It just gets really crusty and flavorful on the griddle, and just really makes that crust delicious. It's something a little extra that most people might not do.
People always ask me about the fries too, so there's a process here too. These are not just something you throw in the fryer.
Exactly. So the fries are kind of the star of the show, or as frites as we call them here. So they're cooked 3 times. It's russet potato, peel them, cut them, and then they get steamed until they're basically falling apart. Then they get frozen, and then frozen overnight, and from frozen we will fry them at 275 or a lower temperature in oil, and then fry them for service at a high temperature. And what all that steaming and freezing does is it kind of activates the starch in the potato, and then it makes a kind of crispy shell. So when you go to fry it, you get this really delicate, crisp crust on the outside, and the inside's like a super delicate mashed potato. Really creamy. It's something really special. And then when they come out, we toss them in dry aged beef fat and then serve them with aioli.
I'm going to do something I've never done. I'm going to hand this to you first. I've done that before. I'm going to try the fry before the burger.
That's right.
I've never done that before.
That's right.
So we're going to mix it up a little bit. So we'll try the frite, right? The frite first. Here it is right here. Oh, did you hear that? You probably heard that. That is delicious. I'm going to go ahead and give that a thumbs up.
All right.
That was easy. Really crispy on the outside.
That's
great
weird.
description. All right, here it is. The burger. It looks good and messy, doesn't it? Here we go.
This is one of those that when you start, we were talking about it earlier, when you start eating it, it just kind of disappears on you after about like 3 or 4 bites. This is kind of one of those big, expensive burgers that does that for you. That does it for me, at least.
It kind of melts in your mouth a
It
little
just
bit,
melts, and you're like, where did it go?
Did I get anything on my mustache?
No.
Am I clean?
You're good.
All right. Well, there it is right there. Fries, burger. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Delicious. Back to you guys. We're in the home stretch on Second Helping. Before we wrap up the week near the home of the old Disco Kroger in Buckhead, we head to my old stomping ground, Snellville, for a new twist on the Smash Burger. Well, there's a new spot in Snellville that's bringing a whole new burger vibe, consisting of quirky burger-themed art, pop culture nods, and what they describe as a cheeky menu. And they also have a new take on what is commonly called a smash burger. All right, this week, Burgers with Buck, we're in Gwinnett County. We're in Snellville, right off Highway 78. We are at Presto, P-R-E-S-S-T-O, hanging with Costa. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for having us as well. So tell us about a pretty new place here. Kind of tell us a little bit about Presto. How would you describe it to someone who's not been here yet?
Yeah, so we've been open for about 6 months now. Presto is our take on gourmet burgers in the community. I mean, that's basically our whole vision here. So what we set out to do was create something, you know, it started really as like backyard barbecues, you know, with friends, you know, all the way since high school.
Sure.
Transition into us kind of coming up with our concoction. You know, we were really inspired by a lot of these kind of upscale burger houses like Marcel or Mercado.
Right.
And we felt like it was missing in the market, you know, so we came up with something that, you know, has premium ingredients. We use brisket, short rib, and chuck in our burgers. And we wanted to do it here locally. We grew up here in Snellville, you know, so yeah.
I love it. And as a guy who appreciates great burgers, I love the care and the research that you put into this by going to all these places. Yeah. Tell me what that was like, because I mean, you got to try lots of different burgers to find out the one that you want to make for your own.
Yeah, so that part of the experience was amazing, right? Of course, like going around and, you know, it was like, we were inspired, and then it just kind of stemmed into this thing where we felt like we had to find the next one and the next one and the next one. And that's kind of what led to us trying to come up with our own version, you know. I mean, we even tested out like filet in the burgers, you know, trying to come up with something that was like, wow.
Yeah.
And the blend that we found, you know, was by far, at least in our opinion, the best. And we felt like, hey, can we bring this to market, and will this resonate with the community? And thus far it has.
So before we taste it, I want to ask you about kind of the vibe in here, because you know, the art on the wall. You know, I see Einstein enjoying a burger. I see Abe Lincoln back there enjoying a burger. Tell us about, you know, kind of what you guys were going for art-wise and kind of atmosphere-wise.
Yeah, so this was kind of like this throwback to like the 90s, early 2000s, you know, and you know, the music here is a lot of the music that we loved and grew up with. And then we mixed in a little bit of today, where we used AI to kind of create these like renditions of these, you know, famous people eating, you know, eating burgers, and then also like our burger art wall, which is basically a bunch of famous artists. And we created these AI images of burgers, you know, like Salvador Dali and a melting burger and stuff like that. So, cool. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
All right, before I taste it, just kind of build it for me. You described the patty itself, but kind of how do you put it together, build it for us visually?
Yeah, so we have H&F brioche buns, our burger blend, which is our premium blend of short rib, brisket, and chuck, smashed down, and we let it crisp and crust perfectly. But what we love about this blend is it keeps it soft still. Okay. And then we use our Chef Pano's spicy sauce, which is my favorite. And it's a tribute to Pano from all the years of being the designated cook, you know. Right. And then we have our chef fries, which are very unique. They have a nice little crisp. Nathan's hot dogs with challah buns, and our loaded fries here are our favorites, which are, you know, topped with all of our boar's head ingredients. We use boar's head bacon, boar's head cheeses, and of course our fries.
All right, so this is called the
press burger, and this is the spicy.
All right, I'm gonna hand you this. I'm ready to give it a try. The press burger, spicy. So it's already got the sauce on it. That's just for dipping with the fries, right?
Let's see.
All
let's
right.
see a little bite.
Here we go. A little bite. Come on now. A little bite.
Let's see what you got.
All right. Here we go.
There you go. There you have it, folks. Thank you for visiting us. If you want your own Burgers at Buck experience, come down to Presto at 78-124 intersection, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
You haven't even gotten your thumbs up yet.
I was hoping. Do I get one? All right. Thanks.
Delicious. Back to you guys. It is the artist formerly known as the Disco Kroger Shopping Center. Of course, you know where that is, right? Well, it's now known as Buckhead Landing, and there's a new spot that features what they call their Max Burger. And this thing is so big, Max is spelled with 2 X's. All right, this week, Burgers with Buck, we are back in Buckhead. We're at Burton's Bar and Grill, hanging out with Eric, hanging out with Brendan, hanging out with Leslie. How's everybody doing?
Wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Very kind. All right, so I think most people are familiar with the Buckhead Landing Shopping Center. Everybody knows where that is, right? The Buckhead Landing, right? Home of the
Disco Kroger Shopping
Center. Oh, yeah. Now you know exactly what we're talking about. Buckhead Landing, where it's a new Publix, taking the place of the old Disco Kroger. I start with this, Burton's Bar and Grill. Tell us about the place. I mean, what's the concept here?
Well, all-American cuisine. We have a commitment towards allergy awareness. We make everything from scratch, so it's a wonderful opportunity for folks to come in, try our variety of items. If you have dietary restrictions, we can accommodate, and the food's delicious.
And you told me that when you came in, but I didn't realize how seriously you guys do take as far as separation, and only certain people are carrying certain plates. I mean, you guys take that very seriously.
Correct. It's important to the customer, so it's got to be important to us.
All right, well, no, please elaborate.
Even with the execution in the kitchen, we use separate utensils. We can separate the grill to make sure there's no cross-contamination, and we really investigate the ingredients that go into the ingredients so that we can make sure people are safe.
And obviously, you know what we came for, Leslie, right? This is called the Mac. Before we talk about that, tell me, it's the Max with 2 X's, and I imagine that's because it's big, but there's a little bit of a story behind it, too.
I mean, yeah, looking at this burger, we had a collaboration with a former Major League Baseball player, and we had run a burger, and it kind of morphed from that to go onto the menu like this. And like you said, the Max burger has a little bit of extra, as you can see, a little bit extra height to it. So, good luck, Buck.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I might need it. All right. Now, I want you to kind of build this for us, Leslie. Tell you how you put it together and just kind of build it for us, visually.
Yes, sir. First and foremost, I'll read the tickets, see how the guests want their burger cooked, temperature-wise, and then I'll see if they have any allergy restrictions. And then I'll start to cook the burger. 45-degree angle it so I could get a perfect grill marks, dine and share. And then I'll start the cooking process. I'll get my bread when it's midway through, coat it with butter blend, and then put it on the flat top. So what it allows is the butter to soak into the bread so you can get a great flavor of butter every bite that you take that bite. When it's cooked to temp, I'll put it in the scissor skillet. We don't cheese our burgers on the grill due to dietary restrictions, just in case we don't want to cross-contaminate with dairy allergies. So we melt the cheese, and the top of the cheese melter till it relaxes, and then I take it out. Top layer of the burger, I ladle it with Reuben sauce. It's a special sauce we make in-house. Very, 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 very great.
That's a lot of berries. That may be the best burger description of preparing a burger I've ever heard, perhaps. I don't know. We'll see if I can get you a raise, okay? All right, I'm ready to give this thing a try. I'm going to hand this to you, okay? It's the Max Burger. The Max Burger. It's a big one. Let me get this out of there.
All right, good luck, Buck. Here we go.
Thank you. I think I might smash it down just a little bit.
I would.
Because my jaw is, although this mouth is pretty large,
that's
I think
good
I need
technique
to,
right there.
yeah. Not my first burger.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go, right here.
Oh, yeah. That's got flavor, all that juice.
Yes.
That's a great burger quality.
I heard that crunch of the pickle in there.
Yeah.
I tasted that crunch with the pickle in there.
Big bite.
You might want to consider 3 X's on the Max.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it.
You're right.
There it is right there. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
love it. Back to you guys. Thank you for watching Burgers with Buck Second Helping as we look back on some of our great burger memories through the years. If you've got a favorite you'd like to see featured, just let us know. You can follow us on Instagram at Burgers with Buck. And don't forget to watch Burgers with Buck Friday mornings at 8:20 on Good Day Atlanta. And until next time.
for what's to come.
Yeah,
okay.
The parade is going to be okay, but right, we zoom out and take a look at this. Already looking at severe weather into parts of Mississippi. We've got, in fact, this is a tornado warning right here. That's going to be right where Mississippi, Arkansas, and Louisiana come together. And then I was just checking a moment ago. We are looking at the possibility of, and in fact, I can bring this up and show you. We are going to see a tornado watch issued here in just a little bit that has a tag on it called a particularly dangerous situation.
Oh, okay.
And they are very rare.
Okay.
And, you know,
which is ironic because tornadoes are dangerous anyway. So when it's coined that's concerning. Okay.
Exactly. And you look at this and it says most probable peak intensity 155 to 190 miles an hour. So that's been the EF2 to EF5 threat that we have been talking about. So we're going to be on the lookout for that here in a little bit.
Okay. Wow. So, but obviously this afternoon, the parade's going to be fine, right? And then it's going to be coming in later, right? So we've got, if you're going to be, you know, obviously stay home tonight.
Yep.
Make sure you got a plan. Talk about that, you know.
Well, and honestly, going down that road, I think there's going to be a world where you can go out and have fun and enjoy St. Patrick's Day weekend. But by 10, 11 o'clock, I'm headed home. Or I'm headed to where I'm going to spend the night. Because maybe your home's not the best place to be through the overnight hours.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, that, you know, you said maybe if you have a mobile home or if you don't have a basement, you definitely want to be thinking about where that safe spot is, right?
Right. So you brought up mobile homes, and it's a great point. Mobile and manufactured homes. So we need to have a conversation about this, especially tonight. There's a lot of them in North Georgia, and to put it quite bluntly, they are not safe to be in tonight.
Okay.
If you are in Carroll County, if you are in Oconee County, all across North Georgia, we have a significant threat of tornadoes, and you know it is not a good place to be. Your indication to leave that spot is when a tornado watch is issued. So likely mid-evening, I think we'll see that.
Okay.
But likewise, right, this is a two-way street. If you have a permanent structure, something with a foundation, and you have a friend or a family member with a mobile or manufactured home, you're offering them up your living room to sleep in tonight.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And you know, it's important to do that because maybe that person thinks they have nowhere to go, but you are that place to go.
All right. And what if you're in an apartment?
Yeah, another great question. We've got a ton of apartments across North Georgia. So the general kind of idea is the same. And I'm going to use a house as an example here because it's what I've got in front of me. But this goes for apartments as well. Lowest level, most interior room away from doors and windows. All right. So if you are on the 18th floor with floor to ceiling glass, am I going to be in that apartment? Yeah, probably not if a tornado warning is issued.
Yeah.
You know, we think back to 2008. We just had the anniversary of that yesterday when the Weston was hit by a tornado.
Oh, I remember that. Yes. Yes.
You know, you lose your windows in an EF2 tornado. That's very much a thing. Now, it's important to note and double check that you have access to a first floor building, right? If you have the garden style apartments and you don't have an interior hallway, maybe you're not spending the night there, but maybe you have a garden style apartment, you're on the first floor. Then I think you're okay.
Sure.
You've got the closet, you've got the bathroom.
Okay. So really, you know, if you're on the, 8th floor or whatever, and then there's no interior like floor of that building for you to go, you need to find somewhere to go. That's some good information.
And again, it's not just the first floor. It needs to be an inside area, something like a mail room. Some gyms don't have windows, things like that. If you got a window in the room.
Right.
No.
The bottom floor of which with no room is pointless.
Yeah.
Okay, good stuff. So what about, if it's overnight, this is really a dangerous time for this to be coming through. So what can folks do to make sure that they're staying weather aware? And again, that's deceiving right now because it's not, it's nice outside, right? People are enjoying St. Patrick's Day. The parade's starting in just a few minutes.
So the emergency alerts on your phone are a really good way of getting those alerts. And when I say emergency alerts, I mean that really loud tone that comes from the government. So it's literally called wireless emergency alerts in your settings. I would make sure that's turned on. The Fox 5 Storm Team app is another great resource. In fact, if a tornado warning is issued for your location, you will quite literally hear David Chanley say, a tornado warning has been issued for your location. Now it's important to note, if your phone is typically on Do Not Disturb during the overnight hours, I would stop that tonight. Because you want a way to receive the warnings. And then lastly, whenever you get that warning, we are going to be streaming right here on Fox Local.
Okay.
So you can watch on your phone, you can watch on your smart TV. I would keep some backup batteries available, right? If you're going to be watching video on your phone, it's going to drain your battery to an extent. But the Fox Local app is going to be the way to stay connected with us.
All right, Alex Forbes, thanks so much. Some good information. We're going to continue to follow this severe weather threat. Meanwhile, we are also following the St. Patrick's Day parade that's happening in downtown Atlanta. We want to go to our Caitlin Pratt, who is standing by with parade goers. Caitlin, good morning.
Hey, Elizabeth. Good morning to you. A sea of green here behind me. I'm just going to circle around. You can see we're in the staging areas right now, ready to kick off this parade. And of course, you know, if there's a dog in a tutu, I'm going to find it. That is for sure. Catching up with some of the people here. Hi.
Hi.
Tell me why you guys are marching.
Yeah, so we're marching to support the Great Pyrenees Rescue of Atlanta. This is Coda. We did not get him from there because I moved from Texas, but I donated a lot to Great Pyrenees Rescues in Texas, and I want to bring that when I move to Atlanta, and I currently donate to the Great Pyrenees Rescue of Atlanta. We want to bring awareness of this organization and just of the breed of dogs, so hopefully there's more donors and more adoptions.
What do you want the message to be when people, there's so many spectators here, what do you want the message to be when they see all of you guys?
That they're just gentle giants and they're perfect for homes, families, non-families, that they're just really great dogs to have around and they're adorable, so please adopt. Adopt, don't shop.
Thank you so much. Woohoo! All right, and as I mentioned, the parade is about to kick off in just a short amount of time. People have been lining up here getting ready. You can't have a parade without a band, right? From the local high school. They sound amazing. They've been practicing up here, and so many people have already come to line the streets. It is shut down in this area, so people really arriving early to try and find their parking spots, get their places along the route. But so many people dressed in green. Did you know, by the way, if you're not dressed in green, you're able to pinch somebody, and it's perfectly okay. And everybody is Irish here.
Have you found
today,
anybody? I know our Eli Jordan's wearing blue today.
Don't be that guy. Don't be that lady. But we're gonna definitely hang out here.
Caitlin, talk about where are you along the parade route? Is this where it's actually going to be starting in just about 30 minutes?
Okay, so we are right between 15th and 16th Streets.
Okay.
This whole area shut down, the staging point. I'm going to turn around and you can see as you look down Peachtree here.
Wow.
This is right near the Alliance Theater, Symphony Hall. And I do see one of our first floats up here. Let me walk. I'm so glad I wore my sneakers today. Get you a closer look.
Oh, my
at one of the floats near the beginning of the
Look at the floats.
parade.
Oh.
This is for the... Isn't it so cute, little rainbow?
I love that. Oh, with a pot of gold, hopefully at the end.
Hopefully, that's for sure. But I will tell you, the weather, Elizabeth, is so nice today.
Is it?
It's hard to believe that. It's so hard to believe that tonight there's going to be bad weather. Oh my gosh! Look at these little nuggets in their little Irish step dance costumes.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Love it.
Wow.
This is the best people watching experience ever.
I'm sure. Yeah, and to your point, Caitlin, I hate that I almost hate that it's this pretty outside because I feel like that's going to be deceiving for what's to come later, and hopefully, not catch people off guard. So please, take advantage of the weather because it's, it's going away, but also make sure you have a plan for this afternoon. Oh my gosh, look how cute. Oh. Oh. Wow.
We're going to continue to capture some fun images and share them and stream them with you on Fox Local. But in the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Caitlin. We'll check back in with you in just a few minutes. And again, thanks for joining us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. And welcome back. Thanks for joining us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins, and you're watching News Now. We are following the St. Patrick's Day Parade, which is underway in just about 30 minutes. We want to go to our Lindsay Tuman, who is downtown Atlanta. Lindsay, it looks like so much fun down there. I'm so jealous.
Hey,
oh yeah, it's a great time out here. Lots of people already lining up, getting ready.
Record the whole thing.
Even we're getting closer to parade time now, but I want to introduce you to Price, who self-proclaimed tallest leprechaun you've ever seen. Which, just to put it into perspective, here's me and here's
Oh
Price.
my word! Oh my.
And Price, you were telling me you guys got out here a little while ago, right, to claim your spot.
Yep. Well, actually, the spot was scoped out weeks ago. But yes, we got here a little while ago and we got a perfect spot for the parade.
And tell me, this is, you said, like your third or fourth time coming out?
Yes, this is my third.
And what's the experience usually like for you?
It's great. A lot of good energy, people anticipating seeing floats and leprechauns or whatever, but it's really great. It's a good time.
And we were joking around, but you said every year you've gotten a little bit more into it,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So does it just kind of feel contagious when you're out here, like the energy?
Yeah, you want to be part of it, be part of the festivities, so why not go full leprechaun?
Full leprechaun. And tell me a little bit about the spot that we're at. What are you kind of expecting to see now that you're a seasoned veteran out here of the parade?
Well, really, I'm hoping to get first pick at some of the beads and stuff to get thrown and some of the, festival or parade festivities. So just a good time, lots of smiles. That's it.
Yeah, perfect way to spend a Saturday, especially this weather. We couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, it sounds like you guys are gearing up for a good time. I love that you have your whole crew with you, folks that have gone for years and years now, right?
These are some seasoned veterans over here. They're 10 years deep into it. So.
I love it. I'm prepared for such a good time. Of course, we are expecting everything to be beautiful out here. Price, thank you so much for your time. I'll say bye from down here. But of course, so many people starting to line up and get ready for the parade. We're just about 30 minutes out, and everybody's kind of staked to their claim along the main route, I think, about where exactly they want to be. But should be a great time out here in just a little bit, Elizabeth.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Lindsay. We appreciate it. We'll check back in with you in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, we are also tracking severe weather. We want to go to Alex Forbes, who is tracking us hour by hour. The weather is beautiful right now, Alex, but that's deceiving, and I'm worried for many folks.
Yeah, Elizabeth, through the night tonight is going to be potentially problematic across North Georgia. We did see a couple of showers and even a couple of rumbles of thunder this morning up in northwest Georgia. That has since moved out, mainly north of the Chattanooga area now, and we are mostly dry across our neck of the woods. You take a closer look, you saw some of those showers and storms over near Scottsboro across the state line into Alabama, and really it only rained in Dade, Walker, and Catoosa counties. We have seen a couple of showers northern Whitfield and Murray counties here in the last little bit, but the hope was maybe we could have pulled in a couple of those showers, a couple of those storms, and stabilize our atmosphere a little more, but we did not do that, unfortunately. So we are looking at still a severe weather risk, and the severe weather, in fact, that is a confirmed tornado warning now that's going to be in parts of Mississippi. So we have a confirmed tornado just 2 states over right now as we are beginning to track this. Now, in the next little bit, you're going to see a tornado watch issued further down the line into Mississippi, likely including parts of Alabama as well. That is going to be what's called a PDS tornado watch, a particularly dangerous situation. Those are just as rare as these level 4 and 5s that we have in terms of our severe weather outlook. So we talk about this a lot, a scale 1 to 5, normal run-of-the-mill springtime cold front. We're at 2. Sometimes a 3. Well, today we've got the 3, the 4, and the 5, and there's very clearly this bullseye back into Alabama, back into Mississippi. It's super easy to look at that and say, okay, that's where the severe weather threat is going to be today. Well, no. The severe weather threat is going to be primarily this whole thing, but we'll say yellow down, right, is a credible threat. Orange down is a serious threat. So we've got red and we've got orange. We've got a level 4 and a level 3 in parts of North Georgia. This level 4 is going to be from Chattanooga down through, say, Rome, Cedartown, Carrollton, Noonan, LaGrange, down towards Talbotton. And that is going to be your higher risk today. Mainly what's driving that is the risk of strong tornadoes. EF2+. damaging winds at 70 miles an hour, and the risk of large hail for 1 inch in diameter. Now, everybody's going to have those threats. The reason why we have this 4, though, is because the risk of tornadoes in western Georgia is just slightly higher than in eastern Georgia. In fact, when you look at this tornado risk here, you see that matches up perfectly with that level 4 that we have in place, which, again, worth noting, we still have the tornado risk in eastern Georgia. It's just not as high as West Georgia, and West Georgia is not as high as Alabama, which is as high as it can get through the day today. I know that's a lot to unpack there. Just know this, the threat of strong tornadoes are going to be around tonight. Let's talk about this wind threat. All right, within the past couple of hours, the Storm Prediction Center brought us up a notch in terms of the wind threat in northwest Georgia that extends back up towards Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and over towards Huntsville, Alabama. So we'll watch that closely, but I really think that tornado threat is going to be a bigger issue for us. I think the silver lining in all of this is that the hail threat today is going to be primarily during the daytime hours, and that is going to be off to the west, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. We do still have a threat, but it's not quite as high as what's going on out there. All right, so here's your timeline now. Cleburne County, Alabama, over towards Haralson, Polk, Floyd, Chattooga, Dade, Walker, Catoosa, Whitfield, Murray, Gordon, Bartow, Cherokee, Pickens, Gilmer, and Fannin counties. 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. That's a rather large time frame, and it's because there's still a little discrepancy in the models of their arrival time. I think it'll storm for about an hour at your location, so for about an hour within that window. All right, next tier down, we've got Cleburne County, Alabama, Carroll, Hurd, Troop, Douglas, Fulton, Coweta, Meriwether, Cobb, Clayton, DeKalb, Fayette, Forsyth, Gwinnett, Dawson, Hall, Lumpkin, Union, Towns, White, Rabun, Habersham, and Clay County, North Carolina. This is all going to be your 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. time frame. All right, so during the bulk of the overnight. And then we go for the rest of North Georgia, that's going to be Upson, Pike, Lamar, Spalding, Henry County, McDonough, down towards Butts County, Rockdale, Newton, Walton, Jasper, Putnam, Morgan, over towards Barrow, Jackson, Clark, Oconee, and you're going to get in towards Oglethorpe, Greene counties, and then Stevens, Franklin, Banks County, Hart, and Elbert counties. This is going to be your 11 a.m. to 7 a.m. time frame, so after the midnight hour there. Let's time this out now in terms of our high-resolution rapid refresh model, the HRRR as it's known. Here we are at 5 p.m. Storms back into Alabama. They begin coming across the state line long about the 8 o'clock hour, all right, and then really begin moving in. There's 10 o'clock, and then by the 12 a.m. hour. Now, it's worth noting that you don't have necessarily a solid red line, right? You see little segments. You see blobs, blob, 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 blob. In that instance, we would be looking at more of an elevated tornado risk, all right? Begins moving through 3, 4 o'clock. In this scenario, right, say we do begin to get a line like this, I would be watching the storms out ahead of it still for some tornadoes, and then that gets out of here 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is the same model now in a different parameter called the significant tornado parameter. And whenever we're looking at a springtime cold front and we're looking at, I hesitate to use the word average, but say maybe a level 2 day, something that's more run of the mill, we would be looking at whites and yellows in North Georgia, all right? Well, we're going to get above that. There's some oranges, there's some reds. Here's 11 p.m., right, as the line begins to move through. It does back off a bit through the overnight hours, which is why I do back off our threats a little bit. But you'll see here in a little bit, in a couple of seconds, why I did that. But you see it does move out by 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and then we will be looking at clearing conditions after that here across North Georgia. Okay, let's talk about tornado safe places. If you have a basement, that's your number one bet, all right? That's where you should be going if you have access to that. But say you don't have a basement, I would go to your most interior room, away from doors and windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. In this house example here, the bathroom would be the best case because it's the center of the house. And this bathroom would be a better place than this closet, right? You might think to get in the closet because of this exterior wall right here, right? You want to be most interior. That's not most interior. If I had to rank the rooms in the houses, bathroom would be 1. This small closet that still is pretty interior would be 2, and that would be a last case resort. All right, so that's what we're thinking right now. Another thing, important thing to highlight, Elizabeth and I were talking about this just a few minutes ago, and I know that this is a difficult decision to make, and it's not taken lightly when I say this, all right? Mobile and manufactured homes in North Georgia are not a safe place to be through the overnight hours. Your cue to leave will be when a tornado watch is issued for your location, and you need to get into a sturdy structure because they are simply not safe with a tornado threat. Now, this is a two-way street, all right? If you have a sturdy structure, meaning a house with a foundation or an apartment where you're on the first floor or anything like that, and you know friends or family in a mobile or manufactured home, I would be calling them and offering for them to spend the night with you, because a lot of the times, say, people might not think of you as an option to go stay with, all right? So I would be making those calls this afternoon. I would be offering that to stay in your permanent structure. But look, I mean, with a tornado threat like we have today, it simply is not a safe place to be through the overnight hours. Now, as you're thinking about your tornado safe place, these are some things to think about in terms of putting this material in that spot now, not necessarily taking it with you when the warning is issued. Pillows and blankets, hard sole, closed-toed shoes, phone backup batteries like those power banks, and then a flashlight with extra batteries, water, non-perishable foods. All right, you might want some snacks if you're going to spend any amount of time in there. Extra pet food, that's often forgotten. Important documents and prescriptions and anything else you can think of that you would need in the event you would see a tornado, or maybe an event that a tree falls, anything like that. All right, we've been talking about ways to receive emergency alerts. The Fox Local app is great, but that push notification is not going to wake you up, all right? If you get a push while you're sleeping, if you get a notification and it does not regularly wake you up, I would not depend on that through the overnight hours. So what you're going to want to do is go into your phone settings and turn on what are called the emergency alerts. All right, if you just type in emergency alert or wireless emergency alert, it will come up. And when a tornado warning is issued, it is going to sound that really loud, annoying alarm, but it's going to wake you up. Weather radios are another great option to be woken up, and whenever this does happen, you can join us on Fox Local. We will be streaming on Fox Local with tornado warning coverage. We will also be on Fox 5 should that situation dictate it. All right, so here's your Fox 5 Storm Team 7-day forecast. Today is a storm alert day for storms later on tonight. They will be ending early Sunday morning, and then the sun will come out tomorrow afternoon. A high temperature of 72. Cooling off and clearing down for St. Patrick's Day at 63. And then spring begins on Thursday, Elizabeth, after a couple more days in the 70s.
All right, thanks so much, Alex. Just a lot of stuff to think about this afternoon as you may be enjoying the parade, but you also need to be thinking about your safe spot later this evening. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we have live parade coverage.
the Irish shut down Peachtree Street for the St. Patrick's Parade. It's my complete honour to be parade chair, and it's just, we expect music, dancing, laughing, jokes, fun, all the way down Peachtree Street.
I'm going to give folks a look at what it looks like right now. What do you think so far? We've got people who have been out here for hours getting ready for the parade to start.
Well, they're very organised. Also, I love the amount of green I'm seeing.
Yes.
I couldn't be more thankful for the weather. We were worried earlier in the week, and it just is a perfect day. Very un-Irish.
Very un-Irish. So we're going to see music. We're obviously seeing a lot of folks in costume. The Grand Marshal, who I met earlier.
Oh, Susan. Yeah, she's lovely.
Incredible. What's the, how? Oh, yeah, please. Live TV for everybody here. So tell me, what is it like to plan something like this?
The first year is pretty daunting. We were handed over the parade by Dave Fitzgerald and his assistant Melanie, and they had all the groundwork done. We have an amazing team working with us to organise everything down to the last minute. And honestly, so far, fingers crossed, nothing has gone wrong. Everything seems to be going according to plan, so I'm pretty happy.
And speaking of last minute, we're only 17 minutes away. So is it kind of the point right now where you can almost sit back and breathe and enjoy, or not quite yet?
No, exactly. It's the countdown is on, and I'm just so excited to see people coming down Peachtree Street. And yeah, I hope everyone enjoys it.
I think they do, because I love talking to people who come year after year.
Yeah.
For 10 years they
Oh,
come.
yeah.
I mean, that just shows you how much people love it.
And we have CRH, an Irish company that have over 300 people marching in the parade today.
Wow.
And they have supported us for years and years. So, like, you get the energy from those people that come year after year and participate year after year.
I love it. Well, congratulations. I'll
Thank
say it in advance. I can already tell it's going to be a success. And 16 minutes until you can breathe a little easier.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Have a great
so
day,
much.
everyone.
All right, Elizabeth, we'll toss it back to you over there.
All right, thanks so much, Lindsay. We'll check in just a bit. We've got about 15 minutes until they start. All right, thanks so much. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with more weather. And welcome back. Thanks for joining us. This is News Now. I'm Elizabeth Rollins here with Alex Forbes tracking some terrible weather. I'm really worried.
Yes.
Really, really worried.
So developing situation, obviously. A couple of updates from when we just last spoke, right? This is how fluid this is happening. All right. I'm going to pull up because I just got it.
Okay. It's the 11 o'clock update, right? That comes in? Or
Yeah. So that's more like a hurricane season thing. We just got this tornado watch, and I'm pulling it up on this website because it gives you a little more information than I have in this graphic right here.
Okay.
Tornadoes high, EF2 tornadoes high, severe wind high, severe hail high. All right. This is out in Mississippi. This is not for us, but this is the writing on the wall for what's to come later on today. And then it's this right here. This is a particularly dangerous situation.
Okay.
You know, so this is our severe weather threat is part of a larger picture.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to be going on today. All right. So let me take you to Fox 5 Live Viper, and here's what's going on right now. First and foremost, if you have students or know anybody at the University of Mississippi, Ole Miss, they are now in a tornado warning, the city of Oxford. All right. This is not a confirmed tornado, but it is a tornado warning until 11:15 their time.
And a warning means it has been spotted, right? Or
Yes, it's that the conditions, like the storm is rotating. It could drop at any second. Need you to go to your tornado safe place, or it is on the ground and it has been spotted. All right. So University of Mississippi right now, between now and for the next 30 minutes.
Oh, goodness.
Down to the south here in Mississippi, we have a confirmed tornado, which means this has been spotted by somebody or debris has been detected on the radar. So, you know, that has been confirmed. This is all in the Mississippi Delta. For us, nothing has changed time-wise. This is where we stand right now, 8 p.m. to 11 a.m., Northwest Georgia. 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. Metro Atlanta, and then 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. south and east of the city.
Wow. Okay. Again, it's all coming in at just that terrible time period, right? Right when we're all sleeping. So what's the best thing you can do to stay updated, stay awake, hopefully?
Yeah. Well, no, seriously, like that is a legitimate thing. I would have a cup of fully caffeinated coffee at 11 o'clock, and I would turn on Fox Local, and I would watch David and Lauren. They're going to be here later tonight. Joanne and I will be here early tomorrow morning. Because, look, I would rather stay up and be tired tomorrow than fall asleep and not wake up to a tornado warning and you know, be up a creek.
Right.
You know, that's going to be a problem here across North Georgia through the overnight hours. So you're asking for the best things to do. These are the ways to turn on your emergency alerts on your phone. Love the Fox 5 Storm Team app. If a tornado warning is issued for you, David will be yelling at you from your app. No, seriously,
yes,
it's his
he will.
voice.
Yes, he will.
But, you know, there is the chance that does not wake you up.
Okay.
And I think in that instance, it's important to have what's called your wireless emergency alerts turned on.
Okay.
And that's going to sound that really
How do I do that?
loud.
Do I go into my settings?
Yeah, in fact.
All right.
I can show you real quick. So settings, right? You just pull up your phone.
I'm going to pull up my settings. Okay.
And go to notifications.
Let's go to notifications.
Yep.
Doing this in real time.
Scroll
folks.
all the way down.
All the way down.
And there you go. Emergency alerts. They're on.
Emergency alerts. Okay.
Yep.
So that's going to include weather alerts, right?
That's going to include weather alerts. And
That's
you see
good to
like
know.
the amber alerts. Like sometimes we get the amber alerts. That's where that lives.
Okay, good to know. All right, so go to settings, notifications. If you have an iPhone, folks.
Yeah.
And then scroll all the way down. Okay.
Yeah, and it's similar all across the board, right? Like
Right.
if you have an Android, it's still going to be in your settings.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks so much. And again, you know, don't be deceived by the beautiful weather right now. A lot of folks getting ready for the St. Patrick's Day parade, which kicks off in just about 9 minutes.
Yep.
And we're going to take a short break, and we'll have a live report when we come back.
Whole community.
Welcome back. Thanks for joining us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins, and this is News Now. We are tracking severe weather, so we make sure that you are prepared for severe weather this afternoon. Meanwhile, it is a beautiful day in downtown Atlanta, and a lot of folks are enjoying the St. Patrick's Day parade. We want to go to Caitlin Pratt, who is downtown talking to folks. Caitlin, how's it going?
Hi, Elizabeth. The excitement is growing here, and you said to me, Caitlin, I need you to find people in kilts, bagpipes, and guess what? I have delivered for you. All right, Mr. John Quinn, tell us about your group and what you expect to accomplish today here, entertaining the crowd.
And we're John Moore McIntosh Pipes and Drums. We're from the Atlanta area, and we've been around for almost 50 years, and we're very pleased to be at the front of the parade, the first band actually in order, and we just hope to make some good music and celebrate St. Patrick's Day and give people a good show.
I mean, you guys are a crowd favorite, and as I pan down to your instrument, tell me what it makes it so difficult. I mean, this isn't an easy thing to do.
No, it's not, so I can show you.
Yeah.
It all starts with a glow stick that puts air into this reservoir, and we have reeds in each one of the drones here that sound a constant tone, and then the melody is played with the chanter. So you have to inflate the bag, get the drones going, play the chanter, remember the music, march and step. It's sometimes been referred to as wrestling the octopus, but because there's a lot going on. But
that's a lot going on, John.
Yes, we enjoy it. We have a good time, and always pleased to be here and with the Atlanta St. Patrick's Day Parade. I think many of us have been participating in this parade for at least 25 years.
What makes it so special, would you say?
It's camaraderie of good people. It's making good music. And just watching the joy in the eyes of the crowd as we pass by, and particularly little kids don't always know what to make of us. Sometimes they're holding their ears, and sometimes they're trying to march right with us.
John Quinn, thank you so much, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. Thank you. And I'm going to set the stage for you, Elizabeth. So
Please
yes,
do.
That's our lead band here. They're getting ready. 3 minutes now until the parade starts. We have our Grand Marshal right here.
Oh, good.
So we are right in the thick of it. Yes, yes. Oh. And then I introduced you to these little dancers earlier. They have their tiniest ones here on the float, ready to go. This is the Irish step dance company here. And then, of course, dancing our way into St. Pat's Day. Woo! Love it.
I love it. Oh my goodness. It looks like everyone's ready to go. I mean, we are just minutes away, 2 minutes actually, or less than 2 minutes away from the parade kicking off right at noon. And we are going to have continuous coverage starting at noon. So you can watch the entire parade right here on Fox Local. So make sure you continue streaming with us. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back for the parade. And thanks for joining us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins, and this is News Now. We are live streaming the St. Patrick's Day Parade downtown Atlanta. It is kicking off right now. We want to go straight to Caitlin Pratt, who is at the start of the parade, kicking it off for us. Caitlin.
Hey, Elizabeth. Okay, here we go. The moment everyone's been waiting for. The crowd has been gathering on the side for hours now. And all the participants in the Irish parade here, St. Patrick's Day, have been lined up ready to go. And now it is time handing out beads to all the celebrators here. I just wanted to set the stage for you and let you listen in to the sounds. Of course, we finally are hearing the bagpipes now. You can't have an Irish parade without bagpipes.
And Caitlin, we're just going to stay on you. I just love where you're at. You've got a really cool shot. We've got multiple cameras that are live streaming right now, but I just, since you're kind of at the start of the parade, this is just too good. We want to make sure that folks are, getting the best angle. So if you just want to hang out here, we're just going to sit back and enjoy this for a minute.
Together for Atlanta Irish Dance. 6 locations throughout Metro Atlanta. Classes for boys and girls ages 3 and up and adults. Registration for Irish Dance Summer Camp and Spring Irish Dance now open. Register today at Atlanta Irish
If you're just not joining us, this is the Atlanta St. Patrick's Day Parade. And if you're just now joining us, I'm Elizabeth Rollins. This is News Now. We have Caitlin Pratt on the scene of the St. Patrick's Day Parade in downtown Atlanta. It's just kicking off right now within the last 5 minutes, and we are live streaming this entire hour. Caitlin, you've got the best seat in the house right now. We see your feed. We have another feed that we're watching, so the parade hasn't made their way yet, so we're going to stay with you for a little bit if that's all right.
Say hi. Hello.
I'm Elizabeth Rollins. You're watching Atlanta's St. Patrick's Day Parade, which is happening now until about 1 o'clock this afternoon. We are live streaming the entire parade, so stay with us throughout the afternoon. Of course, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins, and this is News Now. We want to go straight back to downtown Atlanta, where we are live streaming the annual St. Patrick's Day Parade. If we are able to see what's going on down there, look at that. It just kicked off within the last 11 minutes, right at noon. We're going to be live streaming the entire parade for the entire hour. Thanks for joining us. you're just now joining us, you're watching the annual Atlanta St. Patrick's Day Parade happening in downtown Atlanta. Right now, we are live streaming. We have multiple cameras out and about along the parade route. You can see color guards on their way coming down Peachtree Street. watching Atlanta's St. Patrick's Day Parade in downtown Atlanta. I'm Elizabeth Rollins. This is News Now. We have to take a short break, but when we come back, we will have continued. And welcome back. Thanks for joining us. If you're just now joining us, you are watching the annual Atlanta St. Patrick's Day Parade happening in downtown Atlanta right now. We are live streaming the entire parade. Stay with us and enjoy. And if you're just now joining us, you are watching Atlanta's St. Patrick's Day parade happening right now in downtown Atlanta. We are live streaming the entire parade. This is continuing coverage of the parade. A lot of folks enjoying themselves this afternoon, this beautiful weather. You've also been following severe weather. You want to be weather aware this afternoon. We're going to take a quick break. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us. I'm Elizabeth Rollins. You're watching the annual Atlanta's St. Patrick's Day Parade happening right now in downtown Atlanta. We are live streaming the entire parade here, so sit back and enjoy. just now joining us, you are watching live feed of Atlanta's annual St. Patrick's Day Parade. Check it out. The tap dancers, the Irish dancers in the streets on Peachtree Street. So fun, happening right now. It's about 12:30. The parade has been going on for about 30 minutes. It goes until about 1 o'clock, and we are here for it. We are just going to take a quick break, and when we come back, you ready? Welcome back. Just now joining us, you are watching a live stream of Atlanta's St. Patrick's Day Parade. Hundreds of folks lining the streets along Peachtree Street as parade goers have been marching since about right at the top of the hour, noon. So they've been going for about 30 minutes, and we have live coverage, so sit back and enjoy. And if you're just now joining us, you're watching Atlanta's St. Patrick's Day Parade. We have to take a quick break. Just a second. Welcome back. If you're just now joining us, you are watching a live stream of Atlanta's St. Patrick's Day Parade happening right now in downtown Atlanta. A lot of folks gathering on Peachtree Street to watch all of the fun, all of the Irish fun. I hope you are enjoying as much as I am.
Well, there's no way I can get to there's all these roads are covered. We're just out of public, so yeah. At least some. Most of it homes is overall.
And if you're just now joining us, you are watching Atlanta's annual St. Patrick's Day Parade happening right now along Peachtree Street. So many folks lining the streets to see the luck of the Irish this weekend. We are also tracking severe weather, so make sure you want to be weather aware after your St. Patrick's Day festivities wrap up. It's beautiful now, but just be prepared. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be welcome back. If you're just now joining us, you're watching Atlanta's St. Patrick's Day Parade happening in downtown Atlanta. A lot of folks gathering to watch the luck of the Irish. We've been live streaming the entire parade since 12 o'clock when the parade kicked off. We have about 15 more minutes of our live coverage. Stay with us. And if you're just not joining us, you're watching Atlanta St. Patrick's Day Parade. We are live streaming here on Fox Local until about 1 o'clock. We're going to Welcome back. You're watching Atlanta's St. Patrick's Day parade happening right now in downtown Atlanta. We are live streaming. Sit back and enjoy. If you're just now joining us, you're watching Atlanta's annual St. Patrick's Day Parade. We have to take a quick break. When we come back, we will have more of the live parade. Welcome back. If you're just now joining us, you're watching Atlanta's annual St. Patrick's Day Parade. We've been live streaming here on Fox Local since almost an hour now. It kicked off right at noon. Got just a few more minutes, so sit back and enjoy. And you've been watching the annual Atlanta St. Patrick's Day Parade for the last hour. Thanks for joining us this morning. We hope you have a great afternoon. Again, please stay weather aware. Alex Forbes has been telling you all morning that make sure that you download our app. Make sure that you have a safe place to go. It's very important. The weather's beautiful now, but we are definitely in for some severe weather late this afternoon, overnight. The worst time of day in the overnight hours. So again, make sure if you are in a mobile home or an apartment, make sure that you have a safe spot to go. Make sure you're checking on your neighbors. Make sure that they are safe, because again, we are in for some really, really severe weather tonight overnight. And right now it's moving through Mississippi, causing a lot of damage, a lot of tornado warnings happening right now. So again, enjoy your afternoon here in Atlanta, all the St. Patrick's Day festivities that are ongoing. But again, please stay weather aware. And thank you so much for joining us this Saturday morning and into your afternoon for our News Now and the St. Patrick's Day Parade. Y'all have a great